It is Monday. It is Monday, and it's time for a new stream, which we would have guessed is going to be with a new topic. As you can see here, right there, we have we have one new topic. We have a new project that we want to start today. We finished the last one. Well, last week was more of a, I guess, feedback and just testing some things for this week, because this week we're going to start with a new project. This project will be something I actually wanted to do for a while, and now we're actually doing the first iteration of it, which is basically we want to take characters from TV shows or whatever, characters that are stylized or in some way not realistic, I guess, and we're gonna change them up to make them basically create a more realistic version of them, how they might look like in real life. We're gonna do that in Blender. The first character with which we're going to do that is Jinx from the new TV show on Netflix, Arcane. Of course, she already existed in the game in League of Legends, but I want to take her from the TV show. She has a new, I guess, updated or changed at least outfit. I want to take that one, I guess because it's newer, I guess. So we're going to take her and we're going to turn her into a real human being, basically, in Blender. The twist is that I will try to finish, or well, usually these projects, we've done some before, not turning characters into realistic ones, but more creating full characters, basically like a portrait or whatever. Creating one of these. I think the quickest I think we've done two where we've taken like 2 weeks until we were finished. I want to do this in 1 week, so cut the time in half and see how this will turn out, which means we need to be a little bit quicker and more effective with what we're going to use. So I've gathered some resources, I've gathered some new techniques, changed my workflow a little bit for this to hopefully work. I've never done it before, so we'll see how this turns out in the end. And not only that, we will also not only finish this in this week, we will also then compare it to an AI that can turn any image or any image of a person into a realistic version of that. So we're gonna basically square up against AI and see which one will look better in the end. That's gonna be the goal for the end of the week, and we'll see how it turns out. Of course, we're not gonna begin with that. You can see we have 2 topics today, as always. If you only want to see one of them, then you could find the timestamps in the description. I should put them there at some point. So if they're not there yet, then you're too early. Yeah, we're gonna start with the 30-minute quick sketch, 30 minutes just sketching, and then getting into the groove, and then we're gonna go into the project. We're gonna start right away and do that. Yeah. So without further ado, let's go into Blender and do the first one, the quick sketch. You can see right here what the reference is for today. You can see these shark dudes, shark bros. I thought this one looks pretty cool, so we're going to do this one. The artist is Onion Mayo, if I remember correctly. Let me pull up his or their ArtStation profile real quick. There it is. Yeah, Onion Mayo, there it is. Welcome, Ariel. Hope you enjoyed your Monday. We love you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yep, Onion Mayo. This is where I got the reference from. There it is. So if you want to check them out, make sure to go to the to our station and yeah, look through their artworks. I also post the link in my Discord. So if you if you don't want to find them, you just want to click some link to get there right away, you can go there too. So now that we know what we have for the reference, it is time to execute. It is time to execute on the plan. So I think everything's ready to begin sculpting, and then we can begin. So I think we've never really done like aquatic stuff. Well, I've done a fish before. I've sculpted a fish before, but never really like a mix between, I guess, human and like humanoid shark, for example. So this is like a new idea. I guess this one's more of a what are they, like a manta ray, because of the flaps right there, not like a shark. But this one's definitely like a, I think they're called like hammer sharks, something like that. Yeah, so that's gonna be today's quick sketch reference. Maybe we're gonna do this one tomorrow. Although this one, I think this one has more characteristics that include the whole body rather than just the head. So maybe we'll find something new tomorrow. We'll see. We'll see how I feel. Oh, also, well, let's begin first. So we have the 30 minutes. There's my timer. Let's begin in 3, 2, 1, go. Perfect. Okay. So, there's not only a new stream today, but there's also a new video. I've released a new video on my video channel. So if you want to check that out, make sure to do that too. It is about explaining every sculpting brush that currently exists in Blender. There are 46 if I remember correctly, and at least I remember before I started researching them, I was kind of confused on some of them. You might try them out, but you can't really understand what they really do, or how they work, or what they're supposed to, what purpose they're supposed to fulfill, or why you would use them basically. And I tried to kind of put that all in a video, so you can, you don't have to do that research yourself. It definitely helped me a lot when I did the research. Helped me a lot. I changed my workflow actually a little bit, so I was kind of glad that I actually did it. There are other videos like how explaining all the modifiers in Blender, explaining whatever. I think the shader nodes too, but there wasn't really one that explains all the Blender tutorials, Blender tools. And I think that's kind of like a, I think that can be good when you, just want to, when you already know sculpting, but you kind of want to, I guess, enhance or hone in on, kind of just see if you actually do everything in the best way possible, basically. Okay, so now we have a normal head shape. Let's turn this into a shark head. You can see here, his head is sort of small, but he still retains some human characteristics, like for example the jaw. He still has like mandibles. One thing that's definitely different is the head shape. So let's change that. I'm really excited about today's project, or this week's project. I'm really excited how it turns out, because it's such a it's, I don't know, I really always wanted to do like one of these projects, or I wanted to do one of these projects for a while, like turning something into a real human. I've done likeness sculpting before. I've done just kind of recreations before, like of, like comic characters or whatever, or artworks, but never really just like a humanification, I guess. Like recreations I've done, but not turning something. Like I've done both parts of it, like likeness and recreation, but haven't put them together yet. So this will be a new challenge. I'm also kind of excited to see how the workflow will turn out, because it's a new, I guess, it's a new way of doing it, and I've never really done it before, so I'm kind of excited, and hopefully, everything turns out great, and we can finish it in time. Welcome back, Zachary. Hope you enjoyed your Monday, maybe even the weekend, maybe even your last meal, maybe just one of them. You can have all of them at once. Maybe you can. Usually with animals, they have like, you know, humans just have a mouth that is like in the front, looking at the profile view, but usually humans move back, like the mouth is way further back, so you can open the mouth further, which humans can't, of course. That's one characteristic to distinguish the two. Dislike button, how they removed the count. Yeah, I've heard some opinions about it. I don't really care necessarily. They said, you know, like it's, you know, it's basically only like YouTube that actually shows you how many dislikes you have. Everybody else is, there are no like negative reactions, or they don't show them, or the count as far as I know. I don't know. I think it's a helpful tool. It's just, yeah, you know, I think it's just going to be like a function that everybody kind of complains about in the beginning, and then it's just going to be forgotten in a month or so. Like that shark head. Welcome back, Kevin. You like it already? Or you mean this one? Let's see how well we can, you know, create it in 3D. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be a heavily discussed topic for long. Oh, that's the song that always reminds me of the good old Mario. No, well, not Mario. Rayman 3 boogie board levels. You had to just ride through the ether with a surfboard, riding on like lines, just like Subway Surfers, trying to get to the end with nice jazz in the background. Oh. I actually want to keep the lower, like the jaw, further forward than the I guess upper part of the head. I kind of like that. I think it fits quite well here. There you go. Okay, so we have the nose. I think I want to kind of remove the nose from the rest of the head. So we're gonna pull it forward just a little bit. There you go. Kind of just, you know, to remove it from the rest. It's similar to, what are they called? Dolphins. How they have like the, it looks like it's been extracted out. That's sort of the idea here too. There you go. Looks kind of like a bird right now. Maybe it shouldn't be that sharp. Okay. It also seems like it gets quite smooth here. Okay. Let's go to the eyes. The eyes is somewhere over here. And then it goes straight to the hammer. He actually has quite open eyes, if I see that correctly. I think this is like the purple part is, or the white part are his pupils, and then the rest are the eyes. Okay. Just to kind of block it out, he looks kind of weird right now. Let's see if we can turn him more into an evil creature. There you go. I love how they, going back to Arcane, how they finished the first season and then they release a teaser. And I was like, wait, do they already announce the second season? And then it's just like, the next season in production. Oh wow, who would have guessed? Nobody would have guessed that. I thought like, wait, is it already coming out like next week or so? Nope. Probably gonna be next year or so, I would guess. Because I think of course, there are always new assets, but I think once you kind of have the main assets, it gets easier to produce more. And now that they have like Jinx, Caitlyn, and whole characters like that stay part of the plot, I think they may, you know, add more, but at least they have a base that they can work with now. They also have assets and all that they can reuse for cities, for example, or I don't know, props that they all had to create in the beginning without, yeah, from scratch basically. Okay, looks kind of weird right now, like a turtle. I think the jaw needs to be wider. Looks kind of weird right now. Okay. I also want to make the fin thicker, otherwise this will not work or look goofy. There you go. Okay. Let's go ahead and add the fin. The dislike button should be like when deleting the profile asks you why you're deleting the profile. So basically it should ask you why you're disliking, and then that feedback gets sent to the creator or YouTube. Could be sounds like an interesting idea. I don't know if that would be too much like effort though. Usually, you know, you just want to hit dislike and then be done with it. Like if you're supposed to enter or, you know, fill out a survey every time, it can probably be quite I guess disheartening, not disheartening, but more like annoying, so that you just don't do it at all. You just don't interact with like or dislike at all, or basically dislike. That's probably why they don't want to do it that way. Okay, so the block is, the head is still too cube-like. We need to change that soon. Yeah, I think just, I don't know. I think they said like they talked about why they want to do it, because of like mental health of their creators or whatever. Yeah, I think there are like positives and negatives to it. I don't think there's like a you know, there are reasons for and against it, and I think they just decided to go against it. They dislike the dislike button. Back in the day they had a rating. Now they even remove the dislike. Or they don't remove it, but they make it less important. At some point they were gonna remove the view count so that you just watch more videos, because you don't know how many views they have. I don't think that they're gonna do that ever. I think that seems kind of weird. I think well, if I think about it, it has sort of the same functionality as the dislike button, sort of informing you about the quality of the video or popularity of the video. Yeah, but I think, I don't know, I think the view count is more foundational to YouTube than the dislike button. Okay. Why does that look so weird? I think the eyes look kinda off. Oh, I know why. Hold on. I need to select all this. We need to move it lower. It's way too high right now. Wait. Give me the mass tool. There it is. Okay, perfect. People have suggested why not just give the option to remove the dislike. Can't you do that right now? Basically, can't you hide them right now? Or remove them? I can't remember. You can remove comments. I don't know if you can remove dislikes. Could also be a solution. Maybe they just want to, you know, I don't know, like I guess they want to change the culture, let's say. You know, they want to make it so that it's like if you make it that way for everyone, it's gonna be more normal to not see the dislike button. If you enable it for creatives, then it's like, oh, he removed dislikes. He must have been getting a lot of dislikes on this video, you know. I think that's just sort of what they might think about. It's gonna give the video like a negative perception, maybe. Okay, I don't know why, but this looks weird. Let me save this real quick. Let me see if we can save it. There it is. At the end of this week, we're gonna reach Quick Sketch day 300. We're at 295 right now. Welcome back, Space Cookie. Hope you enjoyed your Monday. Maybe you've been to space recently, maybe not. Maybe you want to go to space at some point. Either way. Hope until you get there, or maybe you're there already. Hope until you get there you can enjoy the night sky. There you go. I remember when I was younger, seeing a video on YouTube of somebody wearing like one of these Galaxy hoodies, you could say, or Galaxy sweaters, where you have like a Galaxy print on the front and then the sides are black, I think. And I was like, oh, I gotta have that. So it was so vibrant. And then I think I got it for Christmas. I think I mostly was too shy to wear it at school because I didn't want to get weird comments at school. But sometimes I wore it. I liked it actually. It was pretty cool. It's weird how you sometimes see clothing and you like how it looks on the model or the person, but then when you get it for yourself, it's just kind of weird, even though it might be the exact same piece. Has to be black magic. Even if it's like even if they're like a similar like body type, for example. Sometimes it's just, or maybe they just express a certain what do you call that? Confidence that you don't. 30 minutes left, nice. Wherever I am, the stars look lovely, nice. Okay, wait. Okay. Let's get this plane to the finish line. So the eyes look weird. Let's change the eyes. I think one thing that just kind of looks weird is that they don't have any eyeballs in them. I'm not going to add them right now because we're going to add them later. But maybe we can just, I guess, detail out the shape a little bit more to make them look a little bit more realistic. One thing we can do is maybe add some eyelashes or eyebrows. My name was when I was a DJ for an internet radio station. Oh, I was told that I was a bit out there. Oh. So what you're telling me is that you're not DJing anymore. Is it not your passion anymore? A lost passion? Or was it just a job that you wanted to try? Okay, it definitely looks better. It looks too high now. Let's pull it down a little bit. Make it more aerodynamic, or I guess water dynamic. There you go. Okay, Maybe they're too big. I think they look too, not crazy enough. That's what it is. So we need to make them more like this rather than like this. So we're gonna pull them closer together and open them more. Okay, that's kind of, it looks kind of like hasn't been sleeping for a while. Oh no, the endless struggle of expressions. Okay, that's getting better now. It was just too wide. Okay, it's definitely better. Let's go. We need to add the neck, otherwise we're not going to get there ever. I actually had a phase where I wanted to learn, I guess, music producing. Maybe I'll go back to that at some point. Because I think it can be fun, you know, to creating your own music. It is, it was just something that I haven't really delved into too much before. I wasn't really interested in music in school, so I didn't really have a good background for it. Art is just something that I guess was more talented in. So it was easier for me to get into it. I think I stopped learning it or I wasn't interested anymore when I realized that I had to learn like some music theory, and then I was like, well, I could also just stick to, you know, drawing, and then I did that. I don't want to go too far with the neck. I think the neck needs to be further down because he has a wide neck, not a long neck. And then when you have the chest, let's see if we can add the chest too. Okay. Okay. Let's add some definition here. Just a little bit. The pecs, very important. Very voluminous, very nice. Okay. There was a lot of conflict between DJs and management on the last two places I joined. Oh no. One was a very commercial station and the other manager had certain ideas about what we could play or not. Okay. Yeah, I think usually radio stations are quite honed in or are very mainstream when it comes to what music they play. Of course, you know, if you want to be mainstream, you gotta play mainstream music. Not like newest hip-hop songs or whatever, for example. Which, you know, can be frustrating if you like that as a DJ. But, you know, it is what it is. There's work and then there's your hobby. And sometimes you can merge them together and sometimes you can't. Sufficiently. You know, you might be able to merge them a little bit, but not like fully. Wait. Why? What? What? Oh. Okay. Had a voluminous neck right there. Very important. He's supposed to be a chonker. There you go. Perfect. 7 minutes? Yeah, that's enough. Oh, sorry. Just proved really stressful in the end, so I stepped away from the whole business. Yeah. If you do something under stress, that's never a good idea. For a long time, especially. Basically, I wonder if I wonder if stress is more dangerous than smoking. Or drinking alcohol. Maybe not alcohol, but more smoking in the long term. I wonder which one's more damaging. I could imagine it being stress, because it's so hidden, let's say. You know, you don't really realize that you're more stressed than you, or that you are as stressed as you actually are. You just you get in this sort of movement, or in this motion of just doing. Maybe at some point it's going to be better, but it's never going to be better. And then you just kind of realize at some point, oh, well, I'm burned out, or I can't do it anymore. I think it's more, yeah, it's more hidden. Welcome back, Hustler. Hope you've been hustling. Maybe not this weekend. Maybe you had some free time. Maybe you have them in the week. Either way, hope you enjoyed your Saturday and Sunday, I guess, and Friday too. Got some light in this room, but no chat. Oh no, hold on. There you go. Why didn't you tell me? There it is. Now you can see yourselves. Okay. 5 minutes? Okay. So started because of the love of music, wanted to share that. Yeah. That's why I started, you know, being a graphic designer. I loved digital painting and drawing. So the next best thing that I thought, well, my original goal was to become a game designer, more in the creative department rather than like designing mechanics or whatever. But at some point that kind of turned a little bit. I don't want to do that anymore. It's still interesting, but it's not as interesting anymore than back in the day. Few years back. Okay. I don't think we need to add more of the neck. I think that's enough. Let's go ahead and add a little bit more to the actual head. I have some light now. I've added a light. A sunset lamp, to be exact. If you want to get one yourself, it has like this. I can show you what it actually does. It can basically, it creates like a circle, which then has this nice sort of color gradient at the border. I think it looks very, very cool. And I think, yeah, I like it more than just like standard RGB stuff. Of course, just like a standing lamp, rather than like panels or whatever. But you know, it looks cool. And it has different colors. So if we, I don't know, if we do something, if you create, I don't know, some fiery stuff, I can turn it to red. If we do something with water, I can turn it blue. And the cool thing is that because my curtains are blue, it sort of tints in a weird way. It kind of mixes the colors, so it looks even better. That's why this purple is so purple right now, because it mixes with the blue and makes it even purpler. Okay, let's add these flaps. What are they called? Hold on, let me see what that's called. Oh, gills. There you go. Barely just got home. Gonna try some daily exercise and then sleep. Oh, I remember Black Friday. I read a comment today on the Retopology video that I did. Somebody said, Retopology is the bane of my existence. Would you say Black Friday is the bane of your existence? I just, I ordered something last week, and the delivery driver was just like, ding 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 ding. I opened it. Here, take this, and then ran away right away, because he had to get to the next person, because he had to do all that so quickly. You know, he had so many packages to deliver, especially on Black Friday. You know, we always get the news, or in the news, there's always like, oh, so many packages need to be delivered with, you know, and we have so few delivery drivers. Which is actually why the postal stations increase their count in the Christmas time, which is what I read, which is pretty interesting. Nothing hard. Okay. We have 1 minute and 4. Perfect. Oh. Oh. Please. Oh, no. The brush is too big. Okay, one more. I want to have 3 here. 3 looks cool. Just like the reference. Okay, perfect. It's nothing hard, just tiring. Don't know, it was just me and another guy in the entire store. We had to jump from customer to customer. Yeah. I can see that being pretty annoying. Yeah, no, I mean, weekend was pretty chill for me. Nothing crazy going on. Just finishing the video. And yeah. Planning today's stream, basically. Just kind of, you know, making sure that the pressure function in Photoshop works, which it likes to not do. It likes to just say, well, you have a tablet. Interesting. How about you cannot use the tablet function, the most important one, pressure sensitivity. And it still doesn't work perfectly. So I need to see if I can make it, I guess, better. I remember when I was digitally painting, it was like super dynamic. If you would tap very lightly, it would be like this very, 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 very tiny pen stripe, or like, yeah, you know, stripe, I guess you could say. But now it was like a gradial increase, but now it's just like, it is very, very thin in the beginning, but then if you just increase the pressure just a little bit, it's like, it's like a, it's still gradient, but the gradient is just like so short that you can't really utilize the function, which is super annoying. It still works if you decrease the size enough, but you know, you want to keep it, you want to use it on all sizes, not just the smallest one. So I kind of need to see if I can figure that out too. Okay, I think it's too long. Not only here, but also horizontally. Okay. That's better. Hopefully, maybe. Nice haircut, bro. Speaking of the new video, I'll have to mute you later to go and watch the new video. You can watch it now. Oh, well, you have to sleep, right? Yeah, I mean, it's just 30 minutes, so it's not too long. Okay. Oh, we need teeth. He looks kind of old right now. Impatient delivery drivers. Had one from the post office and the postman through my open window. Okay. That's interesting. Well, we have one that sort of does that. If we open the door, well, he rings. We open the door, he jumps in, throws it into the hallway, because we have like a multi-apartment building, and then he just runs out again, dip, dip, as fast as he can. Maybe they can, I don't know. They can end their shift earlier if they're quicker. Maybe, I don't know. Or maybe he has somebody to deliver that he doesn't want to deal with anybody. Or maybe he's shy. So many possibilities. Or maybe he just wants to annoy you. He's the reincarnation of evil. And then, you know, you open the door, nobody's there, and you just see this package in the middle of the room. Okay. Oh, hold on. It was a cardboard tube with a poster inside and just missed some of my breakables. Oh. Yeah, I don't know. Some people are like that, I guess. Now it's time to protect against it. You need to get one of these mosquito nets so that they can't throw it in. Make it invisible so you control them. I guess they would just throw it against the mosquito nets and then just leave it there. Okay, this takes too long. Time to grab the snakehook brush. Okay. Look at that. Oh yeah, he looks fearsome. Look at that. Okay. Time to add eyes. Welcome back, Crow. Hope you enjoyed your last meal or your last package that has been delivered to you. While we're at it, there you go. I think that's better. Let's add some eyes now. I see today will be League of Legends. True. Well, League of Legends, aka Arcane, I guess. I actually, on Google, when you just Google Arcane and you see the cast on the right side, the, I guess, cheat sheet of all the infos from Wikipedia, it doesn't say Jinx when you look at the voice actor. It says, what is it? Powder? Was she called Powder? I think she's called Powder, right? Not gunpowder, but just Powder. Yeah, it just says that instead of Jinx, which I thought was interesting. Because, well, it's still Jinx. It's just her name that she had earlier in your life. So it's kind of, I don't know. I mean, it might fit more into the show, I guess. Okay, I guess we can just keep it there. I'm not gonna add the irises. I think that'll take too long. But there's one thing that I want to do, which is projecting. Zip. Look at that. Perfect. Usually with delivery drivers, you get the route and a certain list of packages they have to deliver, receive. Once they are done, they are free to go, but they can be cancelled back if new packages arrive. Yeah, that's what I thought too. One of my older friends was a, I guess, not a delivery driver, but not mechanic, some sort of handyman. Oh, electrician. And he said that they have a list of jobs that they had to do that day. And once they were done, you know, they're done. So if they're quick, they can go home quickly. And if they're not, then they have to go be there for longer. Or do it the next day, I guess. That was actually pretty funny. We had a leak. One of our valves was leaking. Wait, is the valve just the thing that you turn, or is it the actual? No, the pipe. Let's say the pipe. One of the water pipes was had a hole in it, so it had to be replaced. And then because it took so long for our landlord to do it for us, or to order like a company to repair it, my dad knew someone that could do it for us, so they did it. And then I don't know, 3 weeks later, somebody came unannounced, like, "Hey, you still have to repair. I heard you have something we need to repair." And then I was like, "Well, I can show it to you, but it's already been repaired." And I wanted to ask him, well, can you take a long break now because you don't have to do the job anymore? Like, because it's just like a job on their list. But I didn't. I wonder if that's common in like in these kinds of jobs. The worst part about this is that I want to capture the entire head, but it's such a huge head that it's hard to do. One thing you could do is, of course, just kind of turn it to the right, so you can see the right side fully, but the left side you can't. This way you can kind of, I guess you can think for yourself. But even then, it doesn't really work that well. Maybe that's enough. Okay. Yeah, I guess. It will be enough, okay? You have no decision. If new packages arrive, I know a guy that drives slow and just sits in his car so you can deliver the packages slower. Yeah, there are definitely characters when it comes to delivery driving, or I guess whatever character or person you get that delivers your package. Welcome back, Manika. Hope you enjoyed your day so far. Whether it's late already or it's just the day has just begun. Oh, time to do the lighting. I want to have as much time as possible for these, or for Jinx, so I kind of want to get through this quickly. We're already at 2024. Oh no, okay. Lighting. Let's be done with it at 2030. Just collection and light. Oh, another new song, I think. I've added so many that the random playlist just plays 1 or 2 new songs every stream. So at some point we'll hear all of them, but it's never going to be like, oh, I've heard this song a million times before. Maybe in 2 years. But by then I would imagine I've added even more. Or maybe a whole new playlist. Oh, yeah. I watched the lighting tutorial or guide by Flip Normals today. But they talked about how they sort of construct their lighting in Blender. And as he says, a lot of people oftentimes forget that real life exists and that you can just usually, you know, if you want to have good lighting, you can just go to Pinterest, for example, and look for cool lighting scenes and try to recreate them in Blender for your model. I definitely never did that before. Maybe I will do that more in the future, maybe even for this project. Because it's such a, you know, reference, working off of references is so powerful, you know? And it's not really like you steal it, you just, you know, combining multiple references into one is not really stealing. If you consider the entire thing, you know, like creating the character and then adding the lighting is just one part of the entire thing. So getting references for that is not really, it's not really like somebody, it's not like it's somebody's original lighting. So I'm probably gonna do that more in the future. Also, less is more. Having less lights makes it easier to create good lighting. I think I want to kind of follow that more in the future too. With this one, for example, we have 4 right now. Maybe we could even use 3. Let's see what 3 looks like if we change the color to. Powder's her real name. He she got called a Jinx because she messed things up, so she became Jinx. Oh, okay. Yeah, she kind of turned when she, I think, you know, what's the bad guy's name again? Something with S, right? When she followed him more. So I think she yeah, got turned by some chemicals. Hextech, no, not Hextech, the other one. shenanigans. Okay. Time to add the color. What color haven't we used for a while? I think blue. Although, I think I've used blue yesterday. No, yellow. Oh, green. Yeah, we can use dark blue, maybe. There aren't so many colors to... Oh, maybe red. Red could be cool. Yeah, yeah. Let's use red. Full on red. There you go. We need to make these eyes dark too. There you go. Now I do on my avatar in 3D, I will make a new one. I'll cut later the option need device on the light that something isn't enough with them. Yeah, I think lighting can be very important when you want to display characters, you know? If you don't have good lighting, you can't see the character very well. So making sure that the lighting is good is always important. Not just the proportions are important, but also the lighting. Oh, let's go ahead and do this. There you go. Go in here, depth of field, and 0.4. Okay. Oh, hold on. Materials. Where's my material? There it is. Nope, there it is. Silco, there it is. He said as he's creating the fourth light. Yep. That's why I said in the future, okay? And nope, I've not watched it. I've watched to gather references, and you'll see I've gathered a lot of references. I've watched some clips on YouTube. Some person uploaded a music video sort of compilation, and they also uploaded a few clips from the actual like some specific scenes basically from the show. So that's what I watched. Nothing not the actual show. Just like a 2-3 minute clips, like 3 or 4, to gather some references, which was actually pretty helpful. They actually do quite a few 360-degree shots, which is very important, of course, if you want to do a at least half body model. Okay. Look at him. He looks so happy. Okay. Render. There you go. Not gonna lie, I had teary eyes watching the last episode and I was smiling like an idiot. You can literally sense the passion, love behind this masterpiece. Yeah. It's very good. I wonder how long it's gonna take for them to create the second season. Just the way they sort of oh, actually I think I learned more about the way they've made their art style animatable. So first, just looking at like still images, I always thought that they have just the sort of facial expressions or the sort of small pieces, or not small, like the highlights, for example, and all that baked into the character. But I think what it's more is that they have also for the eyes, for example, they always have highlights in the eyes, multiple than just one, probably just like 3 or 4 even. I think what they've done is they've created 2 models, one on top of the other. The first one is just the model, maybe even more. One of them is just the model that you see, and the other one is then a second one that is right above it, that only contains specific lighting. So, for example, if a character does like a very extreme pose, like looking like this, where you have a lot of shadow under the eyebrows, for example, I think they have a second model that is applied to the same rig. And if they, I don't know, get to a specific facial expression, I think then the transparency maybe turns up and you can see these deep shadows in these areas. I think that's what they've done there to kind of still keep that look of being painter, or this painterly look, or baked look, let's say, while still looking like a CG movie, I guess you could say. Just finally watch it. Maybe at some point. Maybe season 2. I think I kind of know the entire plot now. I've read up on it. At least most of it. So I have like a rough understanding. Okay. This is not the greatest quick sketch, but it's a quick sketch. So that's all we're gonna get today, okay? This is not the mainstay. This is not why you're here, hopefully. I already plan to watch it again soon. The first season was in the works for 6 years. Yeah, but that, as I said before, earlier today, once you kind of have the the assets, like they already have assets for a whole city, they have assets for smaller props like mugs or whatever. You have characters, you have like characters like base characters, you have base meshes, you have textures and all that. Once you kind of have like the base, I think it's easier to create more of that. Of course, if you have new characters, you would have to create them from scratch probably. But stuff like cities is probably now, or like rooms or whatever, is probably easier now than what it was for the first season. You know, in these 6 years, they also probably they would probably work from scratch. So before they had cinematics that looked pretty realistic, then they had cinematics that looked pretty stylistic. I think they were kind of according to whatever studio made these cinematics, and now they've kind of in these 6 years they probably also spent maybe even 2 years to say so of that, just trying to develop a certain art style that can work for everything. Or maybe even, you know, not only art style when it comes to visuals, but also animation, lighting, and all that stuff, which, you know, takes a while. And then even creating the story, creating the characters, and all that stuff. I think it's gonna be less than 6 years, but, you know, you never know. I also think that that's gonna be like this sort of concept of combining TV shows or movies with games is gonna be more common in the future. Hold on, let me drink something real quick. So, yeah, they will have to redesign new regions, that's true. They have plenty of background characters with distinctive designs. They have plenty of assets to create new characters. What's going to be harder is the future seasons. Yeah, if you create new, of course, if they create sort of new styles, then I have to, you know, develop them too. I think it's going to be more common in the future to have a mix between games and TV shows or movies. I think studios will become more multi-platform or what do you call it? Multi-entertainment studios. One other studio that announced that already, I think 2 years ago, was Bungie. Bungie, the maker of original Halo, for example, that then went on to Destiny, for example, which is what is it? An ongoing game, so they always release new DLCs and all that. Still, you know, they update the game since, well, they started with Destiny 1, now Destiny 2. Destiny 2, I think now is like 4 years old, maybe even 5. And the what is he called? Like the head chef, the CEO of Bungie said that they have a plan all the way to 2025 to become a multi-platform entertainment company, developing not only different IPs, more than just Destiny, for example, but also, you know, multi-entertainment, so more than just games. One concept that I heard at some point, which I thought was really cool, is either when you have a new game release, releasing a movie before that sort of introduces the game, so that you basically watch the movie. You don't have to play, you just kind of, watch the movie and you can enjoy the movie on its own. But then you kind of get, already, by watching the movie, you get introduced maybe into the new IP, maybe into the new premise or whatever, and then you can dive even deeper, not only into the lore, but maybe even, be a character in that game, in that new game that then releases after the movie, when it releases after the movie. Or I think what is even cooler, or maybe sort of an alternative to that, hold on. Head chef cooking up new games. Hold on. Somebody just followed, I think. Let me. There you go. Another idea that I had. Welcome, Shortay. Just watched your video on how to sculpt realistic characters. Nice job. Thank you for the help. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed it. And hold on. Oh, there it is. Yeah, welcome. Hope you enjoyed your Monday. We've just finished the quick sketch. Let's go to post-production and then we can begin today's project. Which will also be probably a video at some point. Maybe even next week. Probably, well, we'll see. The other concept that it's basically the same idea, but sort of in a different way. The way that Destiny right now structures their content drops is that they have content throughout the year. So they have 3 drops every 3 months. They sort of drop new content in the game with new story, with new development and all that, kind of, moving the story forward. And then now it's in February, so every year there's like a big DLC, which then moves the story even further, maybe introduces new big villains and all that stuff. So what they could do is they could either, they could make a TV show, for example, that sort of that mixes itself with the seasons. So it could say, well, the new season came out and there's new story. Oh, you learn about this new character, and then, oh, there's this new TV show that also releases. That sort of develops that story even more throughout the season, so you can watch both, and you can be even deeper into the, I guess, universe, in different, in different ways, basically. So if you only want to watch the series, that works, or if you want to go into the game and experience even more, then you can do that too. Quick sketch day 295. Okay. To be honest, Riot will be able to produce future seasons even faster, not only because they have the assets from this season, but they also have an MMORPG in the works with its own assets they can or modify. Well, I think they have set themselves up pretty well, or they have a pretty good position they are in. Usually, of course, what you do for games, at least that's what I think they would do, maybe I'm wrong, is they would create an HD version, like a high resolution version for their character. Maybe not, maybe they create like a mid D, I guess, mid whatever. An MD version. And then they turn that into a low-res version with, I guess, the details baked into the texture for then to be implemented into the game, into League of Legends, because League of Legends is very, very easy to run on any PC. The good thing is they can very easily turn that into a mobile game, which they already done. They've also turned that into like a Diablo type game, which they have already done, which is on Steam, which I actually have never really seen any trailers for, which is interesting. They also now have a fighting game that they work for, where they might be able to use the MD, or maybe they've recreated, or they've created a whole new character for that part of the game, or for this sort of game, Maybe they've created completely new characters, which I think they've done, just because of the way they looked and the way they sort of fight, for example. But I think the good thing is if you have high quality characters that you then turn into low quality characters for your game, you can always you have both versions and can create stuff with both. If you only, for example, like if you have like I don't know, Disney couldn't really create like Disney games as easily as Riot could, because they already have the models. They just need to use them in the way that they want. I've seen the Rune King game. Riot is really turning into a conglomerate. The only part about them is that they're owned by Tencent. Yeah, I think Tencent is has their tendrils and everything. Oh, there you go. Okay, well, it's 2044, not 2030, but you know what can you do? There you go. Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay. Go to 2.936. The render is much better. Will not spoil anything during the transition. Yeah, I think I definitely noticed for some reason the render got, I guess, slower, which I never had before. Maybe that's just because of, I don't know, my software changed or whatever, or yeah. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just wait for Blender 3.0 to release, which should be this year still, maybe, hopefully. And until then, I'm just gonna use my current version, and then I'm gonna switch to 2.9, no, 3.0, when that's out, which should be soon. I don't want to switch, you know, I don't want to use a different version, like, you know, just for 1 month or so and then switch to a new one again. I just want to wait for 3.0. Okay. New. Yeah, there you go. Perfect. Okay. We don't need you. Sorry, Sphere. Okay. So, as always, we have the good old 3-minute compilation, and then afterwards we're going to begin with today's project that you can also see down here when the time is right. At some point it's going to come up right there. There you go. We're going to create Jinx from the League of Legends TV show Arcane, or Powder, whatever. We're going to create her as a realistic human. We're going to go through all the things that I've collected to create the realistic version, and then we're going to begin. We need to be quick though, because we only have 1 week to finish this, so I don't want to waste any time. Let's get straight into it after I've uploaded the image. So I'm going to see you in 3 minutes, and then we're going to begin. We're going to talk about all the stuff that I've collected, the plan, and then we're going to begin. So the goal is today to finish the face. Well, maybe face and body. That's going to be the goal. We'll see how far we get though. So yeah, that's going to be the goal for today. So hope you enjoyed the compilation. I'll see you in 3 minutes. Okay. It is time. It is time to begin this week's project. We have 1 week. Hold on. Okay. It is time to begin the new project. It is time to begin a new, get into new, learn new experiences, get into new workflows, and the goal for this week, as I said before, is to create a realistic version of Jinx from the League of Legends episode series Arcane. Jinx is one of the main characters in that game, and I wanted to create a realistic version of her because I like the design and I want to see, if you can capture the likeness and then turn it into a realistic version. Mysteries of the Blenderverse on screen during the interval. Yep. So we're gonna. I've collected a whole bunch of references from the internet, let's say, from the show, and we're gonna talk about it. We're gonna talk about all the infos that I've gathered and how I gather them, and then we're gonna create the character. Of course, because we only have 1 week, we're gonna begin on Monday today. And then hopefully we can either finish it on Thursday, or I'm going to work a little bit more on Friday or over the weekend. We'll see. To finish it this week. So that we can then square it up against AI. Because at the end, when everything's done, we will compare it to the version that an AI can create. There's a program on the internet where you can upload an image of a character. It doesn't have to be a realistic character. It can be stylized or whatever. And then it creates a realistic version out of that with real life references. And then we're going to see which one looks better, which one looks more realistic, or maybe even like Jinx from the Arcane series. That's going to be the goal or the premise for this week. Let's go into the resources. So let's begin with what I've gathered. So as you can see right here, first of all, of course, you need to make a good old, well, I do it. You don't need to. You can also throw everything on your desktop. But here you go. Realistic Arcane Jinx. There you go. So we have my, here's my pure ref file, which contains all the most important references. I use pure ref, P-U-R-E, and then R-E-F. It's a great program that you can basically use to put all your references in that sort of window. You can resize it, whatever, position them in whatever way you want. It's basically like a pinboard, and then you can place that on top of any other window. So if you have Blender open, like full screen, for example, you can still see your references, because it always stays on top of everything else. So I've gathered not only inspiration, well, I've gathered references from the show. I've gathered real life references from cosplayers or just people that look kind of like Jinx, for example. And then I've gathered some inspiration for example, possible shots, possible poses, possible expressions, for example, to have some inspiration for that too. Let's go through the show references. You can see I've gathered quite a few. I went through a few snippets on YouTube, like 2 to 3 minute snippets of the show. Luckily, they had pretty good shots when it comes to seeing the different features of the character. For example, what I was looking for, let's open the pure ref scene so I can explain it better. Of course, what you want to have for a character to 3D model it, and you want to create a likeness of somebody, the best case would be to have, of course, a 3D model. But of course, we don't have that. We might have like fan-made models, but I want to have the real one or nothing. So what I went with is what I usually do for likeness sculpting is I want to gather as much reference from all angles that I can, whether that is like just straight on, whether that is from the side, like this, 3/4, like the whole rotation, not only horizontally but also vertically. I try to gather references for. So you can see, for example, we have so many references for all that. Also stuff like expressions or the teeth, for example, right here. Or what is it? Like other, when she was younger. Also stuff like her clothing, of course. We need to have that as references. So we have like full body shots, or at least to the knee. We have one that is actually full body, this one here. which is quite low res, but we can still work with it to kind of, you know, build the entire character and to recreate it. Can you please open the, oh, there it is. Okay, you can see here I've set them into 3 I guess collections. We have the series references, we have real life references, and then we have inspiration references. So these ones are all from the show. What I like to do is I create this grid, this sort of you know, this rotation grid, I guess you could say. If this was what dedication looks like, this is what preparation looks like. So we can see here, this is sort of the best front shot that I found. And then we can see if we go to this direction, we can see it rotates more and more and more to the right. And then if we go to this side, it rotates more and more and more to the left, so that we have every possible rotation that we can find, or that I could find. So we can see here, this one rotates downwards, and this one rotates upwards, covering as many angles as we can. And then we have like a mix between the two too. So that's sort of how I structure the likeness reference, I guess, for the face. Then we also have some, we have the full body here. So we have a full body here, going all the way around to the front. We have 2 here. So this is the rotation for the body. And then we also have some, I guess there's some interesting shots that I think we can get some information from that we might not get from these ones. For example, stuff like her fingers, her gloves, the details on her whatever top, I guess you could say, maybe the tattoos too, stuff like the hair maybe, and just kind of interesting shots that I think can be helpful when we create the character. That's for the real life reference. And then I also gathered, for the series reference, the original, I guess you could say. And then we also have real life references. I've done the same here. There's actually a cosplayer that I found that has sort of similar features to Jinx in like when it comes to the face, even the body, you could say, which is her. Hold on, let me find her again. If I grab her face, then let me just find her real quick. So you can find, if you can look her up too if you want. Hold on. So Little Gem, Littlejem. She not only does, well, she's a cosplayer basically. She has Instagram, Twitter, and I think more. There you go. So if you want to, get to anything, there you go. She's the biggest inspiration or the biggest reference, just because she looks pretty similar to her. When it comes to what I was looking for when I look for real life references, what I look for are the biggest, I guess, biggest factors of the face. So either the face shape, the lip and mouth, the nose, or the eyes or eyebrows. Hair, not really, because you can always just change the hair. What I was looking for is more the other parts of the face. What I think sort of distinguishes her, for example, from these people. I've gathered these ones first. What I thought looked similar on her, for example, are the eyes, very round eyes. Maybe the lips are quite similar. For her, also the nose. What I've seen here is that she has quite a flat nose. Sometimes your nostrils are a little bit higher than, for example, the bridge of the nose down here in the middle. They're a little bit higher. For her, it's quite, I guess, flat, you could say, or horizontal, as you can see here. So that's why I, for example, grabbed her for the nose. But then I found her, and I thought she fits quite well. Her nose is quite horizontal, you could say. I think what I actually think fits very, very well, you could say her eyes are also pretty round. I guess that sort of depends on the expression maybe. But what I found the most similar, let's say, is the lips. If you look at the lips, what I think is very significant or very, very I guess unique is the sort of development or the shape of the lower lip muscles that sort of go from here to the lip right here, connect to the lip skin right there. You can see them right here, pretty developed. You can see a line right there, so you can see how they have like this outline right here. Hold on. There you go. Oh, nope. There you go. We can see this outline right here. And if you look at her in the movie, you can see she has that too. And she also has a similar head shape, sort of sort of round, at least the bottom here, for example, pretty round. Or, well, sort of, she has, you can see the jaw, but it's not long. It's sort of the same height. So I thought I'm gonna choose her as the main reference when it comes to a real life version. She doesn't look exactly like her, but she's a good reference when it comes to how you could create some of these features in real life. Of course, if we, want to create like a portrait, we also need the body. So I just grabbed some body photos of her too. Of course, we have these ones as the main reference, let's say. And then just some more from different people too. And then also some inspiration images from the splash art, for example, in the game. To kind of get an idea what, for example, the creators of her would think she, how they would portray her. So what kind of poses she would do, what kind of expressions she would do. The show, I think, has maybe a little bit of a different vibe when it comes to her personality. So I kind of want to see if she is still sort of portrayed in the same, look, or if she kind of looks different. If she kind of changed, if her appearance or her look kind of changed after the TV show came out, because she may have looked, or could have looked way different than, for example, these ones here, where she just kind of looks crazy and trying to destroy everything or whatever, or cause trouble. I think she has more depth, I guess you could say. Just watched the video and I get why it took you so long to make it. Didn't understand a lot of it, so I definitely a rewatch. Yeah, yeah, it took quite long. It just trying to put a lot of depth in a short time requires a lot of, I guess, compression, let's say. And then, of course, researching all that and testing. Yeah, but now it's done. And I'm quite happy with it. Of course, you can always go into more detail when it comes to explanations, but, it's just like the other videos that I've done, more like an overview rather than like a deep dive. Okay, so now that we talked about the references, let's go and talk about how we're going to do this, because we have 1 week. So how we're going to create like a portrait character like this in 1 week. Felt like hearing Eminem rap. So yeah, of course, as I said before, usually for characters it takes me like 2 weeks when I go from scratch, starting with sculpting a sphere and going all the way to the end with particle hair. But that's not really possible this week. If you want to go do it in 1 week, we need to cram everything in, in 7 days instead of 8, I guess. Well, let's say 4 instead of 8, because I plan on finishing it on Thursday. So how do we do this? I've changed my workflow a little bit to make it a little bit, I guess, quicker. Let me show you what the plan is. The plan is, first of all, let me put this aside real quick. The plan, oh, hello. The plan is to begin with a base mesh. A base mesh removes probably 1 or 2 hours immediately, especially when it's a body, then it's probably removed 4 hours, maybe even, or 3 hours. We are going to start with a base mesh, which I will open right now. So let's append. Hopefully this is not TOS. It's not. Let's see. I mean, yeah, it is what it is, I guess. Oh, there it is. Resources. Oh, we need to not append it. We need to import it. Object. So yeah, we're gonna begin with a base mesh. Of course, she's a female character, so we're gonna begin with a female base mesh. The base mesh is, of course, not then perfectly like her, but of course, once we have a base mesh, we first of all, what I usually do is I create a generic character, and then I create the characteristics, or I add the characteristics of the character to that generic body. So if you already start with a generic body, it saves a lot of time. Let's open the 3D database, base mesh. I've grabbed them from 3D Scan Store. So if you want to have the same base mesh that I have, you can find them there. Female, there you go, OBJ. And then we have different ones. We have one, there you go, in an A pose, and we have one in a T pose. I think I want to use the one in the A pose. The A pose model has more natural deformations when it comes to the shoulders, or shapes for the shoulders. So if you raise your arm higher, your muscle up here is more flexed, which means if you then lower it again, you would either have to compensate for that while you're rigging it or while you're posing it, or you just use the A pose, which is in a more natural pose. So we're going to use the A pose. We also have arm up. Oh, okay. We have an eye base mesh. I have one already, so I'm probably going to use that one. We also have a T pose, of course, and then we have the teeth. We're probably going to use the teeth too, but we need to change that a little bit. So we're going to begin and import the A pose. There it is. The problem is, or the thing is, that this character has UVs, which is good, and it has good topology. So retopology is also gone. We don't need to do retopology. Welcome back, Mosab. Hope you enjoyed your Monday, maybe even your weekend. Welcome back. That somebody tells me you'll have to work on it during the weekend too. We'll see. If I have time, I'll work on it off stream too, like in the week. We'll see how long it takes. Yeah, so if you go into the UVs, F10, nope. UV editor, there you go, we can see perfect UVs. The problem is this UV of the face is not perfectly like the one in for the base mesh of just the head. So what we could either do is we could either replace this head with the head from the base mesh, or we can bake the texture onto the head, which is probably what we're going to do. I'm going to show you how we do that when we get there. So we're going to create the body first, and then we're going to add the textures, and then we're going to pose the character. That's going to be the plan. I cannot see you. Why not? I mean, I can see myself, so you should be able to see me. Welcome back, Atherin. Hope you enjoyed your Monday. Okay, so we have the body that we're going to begin with. Let's save this file real quick, just so we have it in the right directory, let's say. And then we can begin with the modeling. I'm going to begin with probably the full body or a head first. I think we're going to begin with the head first. We'll see. Yeah, I think that's going to be, that's how we're going to do it. You can only learn how to do it better once you do it wrong. So we're going to do it that way. If you don't know how you want to do it, then just do it the way that you think works best, and then improve it the next time. What is it? Realistic Arcane Jinx. There you go. Version 1A. There you go. Are you actually German? Yeah. Why? Don't you believe me? Okay, yep. So we have the base mesh. Oh, let me remove this real quick. We don't need this right now. Oh. Okay. We don't need light 2 either, I mean. Okay. Let's begin with the body. Of course, let me just quickly set up my references, because as you can see right here, if I go to Blender, you can see this is where you can see the chat, but I can't see it, of course, because it's an overlay. So I can just place my references right here. I can probably also just place them right there, but there's so much here that I want to see that I'm just going to place it here. So this is my reference column. So I can still, see everything that I need. Let's go back to Blender. There you go. Oh no, you can see the references. But what I can do is I can at least import one of them. Wait, let's go to sculpting. Okay. I'm learning German at the moment. Oh, if you have any questions, need to pass a test. Just ask me, I guess. Okay. Let me put in one image, I guess the title image, let's say. The one that is going to be the most, like, that shows the most of the character, I guess. There you go. So we can at least see one. You can at least see one of them. The first thing that I want to do is I want to create face. Wait, what? Oh. I want to create face sets. Hold. So, why do I want to create face sets? I'm going to tell you that once we're done. So let's create face sets first. Let's see. So we're going to create one for the head. Oh, do we have symmetry enabled? We did not. There you go. Okay, so we have one for the head. We have one for the chest. Let's do the arms first. There you go. Okay, let's do the upper body. Okay, if we set it up right in the beginning, we don't have to worry about it later. So this is basically to map or to separate the different pieces of the body. Going to be important later. So if we do a good job here, well, soon actually. If we do a good job here, we can save a lot of time. Okay, that's good. Let's do the legs. So this is basically like setting up the rig for bones, but it has a little bit of a different functionality. Okay, there you go. So we have this. Let's fine tune it a little bit. So we, you know, have everything set up properly. You can see here there are some things missing. You can see here this goes way too deep, so we're gonna separate the two. We have the hips, we have the chest, we have these legs here. Do I want to keep the... Yeah, probably. Although, does that make sense? No. Let's do it this way. Yeah, that makes more sense. Kind of following the weight painting that you would do in sculpting. I mean, in rigging. Okay, so we have the hips. Oh. Oh, hold on, let me do this real quick. Okay, then we have the legs kind of going to the knees, roughly in the middle of there. Good thing is, because we have good topology, this works quite well. The lines perfectly follow the shape, mostly at least. On the hips you saw it was a little bit janky. And then we have the feet right here. Go to the knuckles. Okay. So we have the feet, we have the legs, we have the upper body. Let's go to the arms. Hey, what's up? Hey. Okay, there you go. Oh, that's part of the arm. Okay. This is getting kind of complicated. But there you go. Yeah, that should be good. Okay. And then we go to here, finish that, and then the reason why I even do this is because once we go into sculpting, we're going to use multi-resolution. Why do we use multi-resolution? Because multi-resolution lets us switch between different resolution types. We also don't want to use dynamic topology in here, because if we already have good topology, we don't want to ruin that good topology. Oh, hold on. We don't want to ruin that good topology by using dynamic topology. Dynamic topology basically changes the geometry, which basically removes a lot of functionalities of the base mesh. So if you have a base mesh, never use dynamic topology. Or, well, if you want to make a new base mesh, I guess you can do that. But otherwise, I would suggest you don't change. You don't use dynamic topology. The good part about now having these maps here is that if we now go and we want to, for example, work on the armpit, we want to say, hey, this arm looks too, I don't know, it needs more definition. But we can't really see what's here in the middle. Like, oh, I don't want to work from down here to just work on the arm. What we can do is we can just press Shift and H on this chest, and then it's gone. Or what we can also do is we can press H on the arm, and then we can only see the upper arm. This way we can way easier work on this body. Yeah, and that's one of the reasons why I have added the face sets. Another reason is that the pose tool works way better when you have face sets. Because oftentimes the pose tool, if you only use basically the geometry function, the pose tool basically, dude, this music is way too intense. The pose tool has multiple functions. It either dynamically tries to find the, I guess you could say, the point of connection, I guess. What the pose tool tries to do is it tries to apply a dynamic armature to the sculpt. The problem is, if you try to let it do that dynamically, it can lead to some problems. Which means it, for example, tries to connect, well, it starts from the ankle, but then it connects to the arm, for example. You can avoid that if you say, hey, you are supposed to connect, you're supposed to place the bone origins where the face sets intersect. So for example, here, where they connect basically, the edges. And this way you can create way easier, or you can use the pose tool way easier. There you go, that should be good enough. Does work as well when you want to zoom in on a single element. Yeah, the problem is I like to work in like further away, and then the pose tool is quite annoying to use. So I like to, you know, I think in my experience the face sets are very useful for the pose tool. Okay, let me save that, and now we can begin. We can probably begin with the head first, and then we can go to the body afterwards. The head is the most important part because, well, we're going to create a portrait, and we want to create we're going to capture the likeness. The most important part of this character will be the face. Let me actually change one thing. I want to change the focal length to 80. I've considered it before, and I've watched one video of somebody that does a lot of likeness sculpting, and he said I use 80 focal length, so I want to try that here too. 80 is more closer to our eye side, as well as I think the eyes actually use 60. But it's closer to camera focal length when it comes to portraits. Which is why I want to use it. Okay. So, as always, we're going to begin with the basics first. So, head shape, proportions, and then we can go into more characteristics. So what I want to do first here is I'm going to change the proportions of the character to fit it more to what we can see here. What we can see here, for example, is the lips are, first of all, probably wider. We can also see that the lips are, the lips are further away from the nose than, for example, in this image, for example, or for her. We can also see that the nose is different. So we're going to just change all that according to what we can see here. And then we're going to fine tune it by using multi-resolution. Because what we can do here is we can use a multi-resolution modifier. Hello, oh, there you go. And then we can increase the subdivision level. And then we can, of course, add more detail. But the good thing about multi-resolution is we can not only increase the subdivision level, we can also go back to a previous subdivision level. And it keeps the higher resolution, or the higher levels of subdivision. So you can switch between high resolution, low resolution, however you want, to change big shapes or small shapes or add more detail. Yeah, depending on what you want to do. That's why base meshes are so great, because you can just, first of all, work with, you can add more detail to a base mesh while still keeping the good topology, because you don't have to use dynamic topology, and you can still switch between high resolution and low resolution. which saves a lot of time, as you can probably imagine. So what I want to do first is I want to kind of tweak this to make it look more like her, kind of change the proportions. One tool we could use, so I'm probably going to use the grab tool the most, maybe with the mask tool to kind of keep some parts in their place. So what I want to do, for example, is move the nose a little bit lower, bring it closer to the lips. The lips are also higher. You can see here they're maybe thinner, but then the lips in themselves are a little bit higher in the middle. So we're going to pull it up, make it rounder at the middle, and then we're going to make it thinner. Oh, here, right there. Okay, like this heart shape, for example. They're quite sharp in the middle, so I'm going to place it up there. Oh, that's maybe not the right one. This one maybe even more. Okay. Okay, then we're going to go to the lower lip. Do the same here. The lower lip isn't as big as the upper lip, but it has a certain shape, which is more, I guess, block-like. So we're going to just pull it out a little bit. Now we kind of get to the stage of, yeah, creating the characteristics, kind of blocking them out. Okay, so we have the lips, which of course I'm just kind of pushing and pulling. They will not look perfect. We're going to refine them later. I just want to kind of get everything into place. I also want to create, well, she already has like a neutral pose, but I want to make it a little bit more neutral. Maybe the lips are a little bit too big. Now we get into the meat of the project. We also see that the we're gonna go into like fat pass and all that later. I want to do the proportions first. You can see here the eyes are way lower, for example. Well, yeah, you can see that. Then, for example, in this one, so we're going to lower that too. Another tool that I might use is the elastic deform brush, which this one lets us create or move the objects with more realistic, I guess, deformations or more organic deformations. As you can see here, it kind of moves not only like the grab brush, the area underneath the cursor, it also moves the surrounding areas. So it might move the nose a little bit lower, which is probably okay. Okay, there you go. I think that's pretty good. Move this closer together. The nose looks okay. The shape needs to change a little bit. Yeah, I think I'm going to use the elastic deform brush quite a lot here. There you go. Quite thin. Gets even thinner here in the middle. And then it gets wider again up top. Gonna move the eyebrows lower too. Maybe we should move the head shape. I mean, the head a little bit lower. The head is quite big right now. You can see how it moves everything. I don't want to do that, so I'm just going to use the grab tool instead. What I'd like to do is I'd like to have a second view down here, so I can see the front view still while looking at it from wherever I'm looking at it. So I want to make this head a little bit rounder, a little bit shorter. I want to see a profile view, hold on. Because I want to see the forehead, whether it's rounder or flatter. It seems to be rounder. Hello. That fits quite well, maybe a little bit here. There you go. So yeah, likeness is a lot of proportions. Some characteristics, well, proportions are basically the characteristics. If you looked at, for example, Fortnite characters, we've talked about that, I think, on Thursday last week. They don't necessarily like create a photorealistic version of that person, like Ninja, for example. They only really capture his characteristics, and then they try to enhance or put more stress on these characteristics so that you actually like see the person in that character. So by only really focusing on the proportions, you can very quickly capture somebody's likeness. It doesn't really take that much. To create good looking likenesses, one more important thing is that you also not only have, of course, like a front view, but also a side view, and then also a 3/4 view, because the 3/4 view very easily shows you the position of the cheekbones, for example. You can't really see it in the front. Well, you can see kind of how wide it is, but you can't really see the profile. And this is a way different silhouette that you can then use to see what the cheekbones look like from this angle, for example. That's why it's so important to have a full, well, if possible, a 360-degree reference of your character. For her, she has more, I guess, subtle cheekbones further back. They're not as pronounced. Oh, so we're going to move them back a little bit. Okay. The ears aren't really that important, I would say. Just because they're, well, you can see them, but ears are quite generic. It's not really like ears, like you can see who, so like you can't capture somebody's likeness by sculpting their ear, for example, or looking at their ear. So I'm not going to spend as much time thinking about the ears. Another important thing is the profile view. You can see here the nose is quite different than Jinx's actual nose. Of course, I have a side view, so it's I can see that she has more like a round nose. It's not like she has a, like, it's not like this. Oh, hold on. It's not like this, like an actual curve, but it's more that the mix of the nose tip plus the nose bridge plus the transition from the nose bridge to the forehead creates a certain curve shape. You can see, usually if you look at a profile view of somebody, the nose is actually quite straight, or it has a bump upwards, I guess you could say. But it doesn't really go inwards, I guess you could say. It stays pretty straight here, from the tip to the forehead. Okay. The eyes, you can also see, important. Inner eye corner compared to the outer eye corner for her looks quite horizontal. It's not really that much higher, maybe a little bit higher, but I want to put it on the same height. If you put it higher, it looks more feminine, like this. It looks more alien right now, but you know, it's quite exaggerated right now. If you put it higher, it looks more feminine. If you put it lower, well, yeah, if you put it higher, it looks more like cat eyes, which usually, I guess, women have rather than men. So it's more like a female trait, or seen as a female trait. That's why you add these wings for your, that's why you make the, you know, create these wings when you do makeup. Oh, hello. Of course, I not only want to look at her show look, I also want to look at the cosplay reference or the real life references to kind of follow, I guess, you know, to kind of have a different look at what the features might look like. For example, the eyes, having them more horizontal, for example, with a small tear duct here in the middle. Some have a sharper tear duct, some have a round tear duct. This one is quite small and looks pretty round. Of course, I'm going to create a more neutral pose in the beginning, then we're going to pose it afterwards. Then I'm going to add a facial expression. I'm going to do that right away. I think the nose is quite wide right now. Can be a little bit thinner. Looking at the profile view here, this curve is also very important. Quite pointy, actually. We can lower it a little bit. This stream going to stay in your library. I want to watch you later if I can't stay for the entirety. I think it's gonna be a VOD on Twitch. I'm not quite sure, but if you want to watch it later, you can also do that on YouTube. You can, yeah, on YouTube it's definitely going to stay as a video. So if you're interested in that, you should find it there. Okay, let's change the face shape a little bit. I think we have a bigger chin. If we can move all this a little bit higher. What I like to do is that I just like to mark it and then move it higher. We can blur it to make it more natural, the movement. And then just a little bit, not too much. That should be enough. Subtle movements, very important for characters. Subtle movement can change a lot in a character. In a character's appearance. Okay. The chin looks good. Oh, the first time I'm using an actual sculpting tool, not just grabbing or moving. The chin looks pretty flat too. Okay, that's better. Okay. I'm not quite happy with the lips just yet, but we can change that later. Also, oftentimes, people without hair look kind of weird. So adding hair pretty early on is quite helpful in seeing whether or not they actually look like whoever you're trying to recreate. Yeah, we'll see when we're gonna add the hair. I think we kind of moved everything sort of in place and everything. Oh, the ears are a little bit too high. We can maybe even change the shape a little bit. Maybe a little bit rounder. Okay. Good luck with the rest of the scope this evening. Sorry I have to go. Okay. Hope you enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you for joining. I will enjoy the rest of the sculpt. Hope you enjoy the rest of your day. Okay. I think it's time to go into sculpting, into actual sculpting. Let's begin working on the smaller features. Hold on, let me look at the real life reference. So now it's just kind of, you know, tweaking and changing until we're kind of happy with the result that we have. And then we can go into the next level of resolution. So we're going to kind of tweak and, you know, change the proportions or the volume as long as we need to find a good, yeah, to kind of get it to kind of capture the likeness. We should be able to see her sort of in the sculpt before we need to go into more resolution. This model is actually quite high res. Okay. Of course, it's never going to look perfectly like her, but because we're trying to recreate her rather than, well, yeah, we're trying to recreate her or redesign her rather than perfectly, yeah, recreate the full look of her. We're trying to reinterpret her, so it's going to look a little bit different, but as long as we kind of capture the main aspects of her, the characteristics, then that should be good enough. Okay. We can see these clear lines here around the eyes too. I want to kind of introduce that now. Right there. Sort of accentuating the, or highlighting the skull, where the eye socket is basically. We also have pretty obvious or clear, I guess, eyelids at the bottom, for example. Can't wait to get to this level of modeling Blender. While sculpting, rather, guess I'm going to sink hundreds of hours in it again. Wall. It's gonna, I guess, be more useful than playing games if you've done that before, I guess. And if you like modeling, then it's gonna be, well, similar to games, I guess, at least. Because the model is so small, we kind of need to decrease the clip start. Because you can see we kind of go through the model. Decreasing the clip start lets us zoom in even more. That's a little bit too sharp. Okay. Let's save real quick. I don't want to lose this progress because that would be fatal for this kind of project. Okay. I think the fat under here looks pretty good. It's not too big, it's not too small. Maybe the eyeshadow is a little bit too big now. Yeah, now it just comes to tweaking and kind of changing everything in a way where it fits the overall look a little bit better. Or, you know, gets closer to the original. Wait. Yeah, oh, no. Okay. I thought dynamic topology is enabled. Okay. But why are they triangles? Wait, what? Why are they triangles? Dude, I had a... for a second I thought I had to restart. Thank God. Why does it create triangles? That's weird. Maybe to create a better gradient? Don't scare me like that. Okay. Bring the fold a little bit lower here too. Okay. Okay, I think we need to change the lips still. The lips are a little bit... the shape is a little bit different. You know, you can collect as many references as you want. There's always one that you don't have. Oh, there's one thing here. We need to make this curve a little bit straighter. Okay. I don't fear no man, but that thing, it scares me. True. It's just like when your blend file freezes and you don't remember when you've saved the last time. And then you just have to hope that it was recently, or else everything is lost. That's always the worst. You finish a or you're hard working on a piece, and then you do something and it just oh no. The thriller begins. Have I saved? When was the last time I saved? Oh no. Was it a while ago? The worst is when that happens to me when I do quick sketches, because then usually I don't save that often, which means I oftentimes lose quite a bit of my work, because it's only 30 minutes, and if I have to repeat 50 minutes of that, that's quite annoying. You can probably imagine. So yeah, it's it can be quite frustrating. But that's just, you know, I guess your fault because you haven't saved for a long time, or my fault. I was into 1 hour modeling a boomstick and I had to restart because I didn't save. It was the worst. From then on I always spam. Yeah, you do it once, or you fail once and you never fail again. You get betrayed once and you never trust Blender ever again. Sometimes the auto save function can save you, but that's only something I discovered recently. Oh. need to remove silhouette. There you go, that's better. Wait, oh no. I pulled all that forward. The mouth, I forgot the mouth. Need to enable front faces only. Okay, well, let's get rid of this. I pulled the mouth basically to the outside. Which is why you saw it right there. Wait, what is that? What are you doing? Why? Okay. I've never seen the recover save file option until I watched a tips video. Yeah, I recovered it. I mean, I discovered it just recently. I had to recover. I don't. Oh yeah, it was for a character that we've just recently finished, like a 2-month-long character. I forgot. Well, I didn't save for a while. No, I think it actually corrupted the file. Which meant that I would have lost like probably 10 hours or more of work. Fortunately, I was able to recover it. Otherwise, that would have been I would have probably hit pause on that project for a while. So I was pretty lucky in that right there. And that's where I discovered the recovery function in Blender. Never really used it before. I've only accepted my fate that I had to do it again. It's like, well, I forgot to save. I guess it's my bad. Let's do it again. Okay. Another important thing to keep in mind, the planes of the face. Takes a little bit to explain, so I'm probably not going to do it here. We've talked about it a lot. If you join the Discord, !Discord, you can probably find the reference somewhere in the tutorials channel, or you can also just Google planes of the head sculpting or whatever. You should find something that should, be understandable. Basically, you can geometrically separate the face into different planes, which sort of describes the different features of the face. Okay. There you go. So we have the lips. Look pretty good. The difficult part about likeness sculpting is capturing the likeness. Good part is, if you want to create something from, I guess, stylized to realistic, you don't need to, like, it's not as hard, you could say. Just because you're not trying to fully recreate exactly what you see in front of you. You just try to reimagine it. I think I said that before. We've done a few one-day likeness sculpts before. They turned out okay, but I definitely, you know, it's definitely easier to do that in, you know, like real likeness sculpts take weeks probably. It would have been a schade. Just discovered this word and I will use it all the time now. But it's not a noun. It would be, that would be schade. Because it's an adjective. There you go. Yeah, so yeah, it would be schade. Okay. I think I want to leave the head there. We could probably, oh, let me change one more thing. Okay. Trying to get the jaw right. I think that's pretty good. Might not be perfect, but we're not shooting for perfect if you only have 1 week to do everything, okay? So if you want to complain, you can do that. Doesn't mean that I will listen to it. I already have a voice in my head that is complaining. I don't need more. Okay. So I think I want to keep the head there for now. Let's go to the body. Yeah. Okay. So for the body, let's actually open another reference here. First of all, I'm going to save it just so I don't lose my brain doing everything again. Let me open the main reference for the body, I guess, which is probably this one. It's quite small, it's quite low res. No, there was another one that I actually thought better, which is not this one, it's this one. Look at that. We don't have the legs, but the legs will probably not be included in the final shot anyway. But we can kind of interpolate it, I guess. So this one I think is pretty good. Of course, proportions, when it comes to proportions for the body, you could say, well, it's stylized. It's quite, you know, some things might be thinner than they should be in real life. But we want to still carry or capture the look. So we still want to capture the general proportions. So, for example, she has a quite, I guess, thin frame, you could say. Pretty lean, so you can see some muscles. The muscles are not like crazily developed, but you can still see a little bit of, I guess, definition. So we're gonna kind of shape the body that we have here to that, I guess, standard, or that in that way. What I want to do, probably, we could either hide this so we don't, oh, hold on. We could hide this, but I think what I would rather do is I would just mask this part so we don't change it. I actually don't know if we can use the mask tool like that. Let's see. Oh, well, we could just... Nope, not trim. Lasso mask. There you go. There you go. Aha. Did not see you made a new video on sculpting brushes. Yes, that's the newest video that I finished. It was very helpful when I made it, or when I did my research. I changed quite a few things in my workflow, or in my sculpting workflow, researching all that. So I hope it's gonna be as useful for you too. So the problem with the grab brush, as I said before, is that it only really moves the vertices under the cursor. So I could either make the cursor really big to move everything, or I could also use the elastic brush like this, or or I could use masks. The way we could use it is, let me try that. I want to see if that works, because that would be pretty interesting. So what I want to do is I want to go into the front view, and I want to select, oh, hello. I want to select with the lasso mask. I want to select everything right here. Ooh. Okay. Up to the hip, or the waist. Everything in here. Everything else, oh, will be masked. Let me just quickly remove all this. Oh, hello. I want to keep that in the middle. Of course, it is quite a harsh edge. So if you would move that now, it would create quite harsh edges. But that's exactly why I want to use the smooth option, or smooth function, for the mask brush. This way we can create more, I guess, realistic or more like smoother different animations when you move the arms. Because what I want to do is I want to bring the shoulders closer together. If I just move the shoulders closer together, the problem is that it kind of elongates the arms, because this stays in place, but this moves closer together. I want to move everything closer into the middle. So now that we've smoothed it, hopefully we can just use the move brush. We need to enable the gizmo, the overlay, so we can see it. Well, we can still not see it. Oh, there it is. Okay. And then we move it into the middle. Symmetry is on. Yes. Ooh, there you go. This way we can bring the arms closer while still having pretty good deformations here in the middle. I think the shoulders are just too wide, and the chest too. I'm just gonna move everything a little bit closer, bring the shoulders closer into the middle. Generally, you have a bone that goes from here all the way to here, where the shoulder begins, where the shoulder muscle connects to, which is called the, I can't remember. I always forget that name. Right here, from here to here. That is roughly the distance of one head. So if you put 3 heads next to each other, that's roughly the shoulder width. For females, it could be a little bit thinner, which is, you know, slimmer, which is how you can sort of display femaleness, I guess. Oh, wait, what? Why do I move it? Okay. So that's what they've done. They've made the character more female by moving the shoulders a little bit more into the middle. I don't want to do it too much though. That's probably enough. Okay. Let's now work on the hip part. You can see she has quite a, you know, some characters, especially female anime characters, you know, they're also stylized. You might not have guessed it. They are also stylized, and their style is oftentimes very slim chest. Well, like shoulders, let's say. Big chest, of course, oftentimes. And then very wide hips. This is not like that. We have quite... These shoulders are actually wider than the hips. So I kind of want to respect that here too. To kind of accentuate the thin waist. I mean the slim frame. So we're going to select all this. There you go. Make sure that the butt looks pretty good. Let me remove some here because I want to add some smudging. Some the smoothness. Oh, I want to extend it a little bit higher. So we get to the waist. There you go. Smooth it. Perfect. And then there you go. There was an artist that we looked at last week once where we talked about my workflow that I want to use here. He is called 7Bs. So 7 like the number 7, and Bs like the insect. And he basically does what we do right now here, what I really like to do. He does that, he has done that for quite a while, like using characters, usually they're League of Legends characters, and then turning them into real life versions or more realistic versions, let's say. And we talked about how he does it, how I think he does it, and what tools he might use. I actually learned more about what he uses while developing this workflow afterwards. He uses DAZ Studio. DAZ Studio is a program which is pretty interesting, which I've never really looked into. DAZ Studio lets you create, I guess, CG characters with hold on, grab silhouette. Okay, with like presets. Basically, you can go to their, I guess, library on the webs, and then you can find cool models that you like, and then you can mix and match, and basically, yeah, you can basically customize your character. You can say, hey, I want to have the hair, I want to have this hair, I want to have this face, I want to have this body. You can put them all together. You can apply, because it already has a rig applied, you can apply a pose, and then you can basically put that into a scene. You can apply, clothing and all that, and that's what you can do there. At least that's how I understand it. Could be different, but that's how I understand it. So he actually does not do it exactly how I thought he would, which is, well, would be pretty crazy if you would have. He does it that way. So he basically goes into the library and grabs the textures, the model, and all that, and just mixes them and creates maybe some models by himself, like the clothing, for example. I don't think he will exactly find like clothing for League of Legends characters because they're so unique. But at least he will find stuff like he will find a good base that he can then work off of. So he customizes his character first, and then he adds more character traits like the clothing or makeup and all that afterwards in whatever software he uses. I think he uses ZBrush and some other texturing software. And then, he creates his shots. He also uses Photoshop. I think he also uses it to kind of add some more details. So for example, the hair, because he creates one character per week, which is why I think we can do this in 1 week. I'm not saying this, well, I could have also said this, because I wanted to do it in 1 week, but I also think he does it in 1 week, so I'm kind of more confident that it's actually possible. And yeah, if you want to see more about or more of what I want to do in the future, you can either just keep watching or you can go to his outstation or Instagram to see it. Oh no, you're on Nightbot's naughty list. No surprises, no gifts for you this Christmas. But I appreciate the kind words. Accidental cabs. It's actually pretty cool. My hold on, let me look at a good reference here. my keyboard has a function that when I press the tab button, I guess, then I can, it has a different color. So if I press it, it glows green instead of pink, I think, magenta, that it usually does, which is pretty cool. This way I know when it's activated. Because I think I've never really used it, like, I think I've never actually used that that button ever, that key. I think I've only ever used it accidentally. There's never been a moment where I actually needed it. So you can see here, I want to work on the middle part, the core. I can't because the arms are in the way. So I can just hide them. Shift H. There you go. And I can I guess unhide them with Alt H if I need to. Let me see if I can use a a function on the on the breasts. Hold on. Let me save it. There you go. Okay. So what I want to do here is I want to go to here. Let me unhide them. Let me select them right here. Of course, they're actually just here. There you go. Of course, underneath we have chest, like we have the pecs, but that's all I wanted to select because I want to, you know, reduce the size. How can I do that? Hopefully it works this way. I can invert it. Then I can either, of course, smooth it like this. Well, hold on, like this. But that's not what I want to do. Is I want to do something else, because what happens there is it, of course, breasts, well, the bigger they are, the more they sag, I guess you could say. Oftentimes, if you draw, it kind of gets sort of related back to water balloons. Of course, if they're small, they might sag a little bit less. But I want to kind of keep the shape before I change the shape if I want to. So what I want to do, rather than smoothing to make them smaller, is I want to use a function which is called the mesh filter, the brush, and then I can use inflate. I think inflate is the best one. And then I can maybe, yeah, you can use smooth here too, but I want to use inflate. What inflate does is it applies a certain function, deformation, to the entirety of the mesh or everything that is not masked. So you can just do that. Let me smooth it real quick. So for some reason the Discord link from Nightbot might be faulty, might be an old one. If that's the case, tell me and I can give you a new one. I've actually corrected it multiple times, but it for some reason always uses the old one. I don't know why. So I need to kind of figure that out at some point too. Let's try it again. There you go. I think that's better. I think that works actually quite well. Look at this. Looks pretty good. Of course, we have some weird stuff going on here. There you go, that's better. Let's go ahead and fix this side here. Okay. I think they're a little bit too far in, so I'm going to move them out a little bit. And look at the reference. As always, reference important. Okay. How do I know whether or not I am the old one? The old one just tells you that this link doesn't exist anymore, I think. So if you see, yeah, you should see whether or not you have the right one. It basically says, hey, welcome to Noggy now. No, Noggy and Friends. Or it tells you, hey, this link is old. Okay. I'm guessing it works for some reason now. Maybe it actually got the new one. Okay, so I think the frame now, the core looks pretty good. Let's go to the legs first. Legs are just easier. Because they have bigger muscles. You can see, well, we can't really see it. Let me open the other one. This one, we can see the legs are quite thin for her. Of course, if you have a thinner body, you also have thinner muscles. That's why your body looks thinner, more skeleton-like, I guess. It's not Halloween anymore, but we're talking about spooky, scary skeletons. Also, if you have less fat and muscles, your body looks straighter, I guess you could say. You have less curves in your body, which is why oftentimes if you look at, for example, like a character with a thin frame, they often have like legs which are just going straight down, almost straight down. We have a very subtle curve in there. So I want to kind of reduce this a little bit. There you go. We have a very big muscle right here, which is why I push this together. There you go. Okay. We also have big muscles kind of here in this section around the knee, which is why I want to push this part a little bit further forward. There you go, that's better. See how it kind of looks a little bit less muscular now? Okay. I would say she's athletic. Yeah, that's a comment that I actually read on Twitter. Somebody said they like how they actually respected the, I guess, like they modeled them bodies. They gave the female characters actually muscles. How they actually have like a certain muscularity. Comparing that to other series or other shows where it's usually, females are very smooth, very soft, and not really like defined when it comes to their muscles. They're pretty pretty smooth and soft and not as defined, I guess. But with this one, they actually kind of made it like they kind of respected real life. If they would fight all the time, Vi, for example, would always be very strong. She would have muscles, like big arms and all that. Caitlyn is very like athletic and moves around a lot and has to hold her rifle, which is of course not light. So they all kind of fight in different ways, and they of course need to have, like, if you fight, you would also develop a certain not only you would not have a lot of fat, but you would also have a certain level of muscularity, you could say. Which is what I actually like to. I don't really. I like a lot when people, or when like characters actually look like they realistically could look like that in the situation that they're in. So if you, for example, have a person that fights a lot, like for example, what you oftentimes see is like there's this new game that comes out. I don't know what it's called. It comes, I think it was in the PS5 showcase from Sony. It was like this girl in this, like, with this huge ponytail in this vibrant green dress, like, of course, onesie like dress, like Samus outside of her robot like mecha suit, I guess. Zero suit Samus, basically. She looked like that, and then she would do these crazy moves and, like, basically like a more realistified anime girl, basically fighting all these monsters. Smooth, you know, body and not really muscles and all that. Very feminine, you could say. You know, isn't really realistic. If you're fighting monsters all the time, you would probably have quite strong muscles, and you would still be lean, of course, but you would be more defined than what she was. But of course, in the first few minutes, or in the first few seconds, you saw what kind of the focus of the game was, giving you a protagonist that is, I guess, nice to look at, because the first few trailer scenes was basically just zooming in on her ass. So, you know, you kind of know what you're up for and what it's supposed to cater to. But, you know, doesn't need to be, I guess, a bad thing. Everything has its... Nope, I think if you play these kinds of games, you don't really care about the realism of her anatomy, I guess. Her body. Maybe she's also just like a clone, you know, and she's just out of her... She came out of her, I don't know, containment chamber. Now she's ready to fight, so her muscles aren't really developed. But then, yeah, I don't know. Why even justify it? If the reason is pretty clear. Okay. I think the legs look pretty good. We can make them maybe a little bit thinner. I want to keep them... Yeah, you know what? Maybe a little bit. Let me look at the real-life reference. There is something like too thin. Of course. Oh, of course, the real-life references might not be perfectly exactly like her, but at least it gets pretty close. Oftentimes what you also have when you have very, I guess, thin or characters with little fat and maybe muscle is you can see the bony landmarks very well. So we can see the shoulder bone right here very well. We can see the elbow, we can see the knees, hips and all that stuff. Very, very defined. That's part of the definition. Of course, if I don't want to look at in-game on-screen stuff, I also have my real-life reference, which I like to use. Oh no, okay. Here you go. It's a male character, but it's still good to see the muscles. And you know, this is quite a muscular dude, but you can also kind of imagine what he would look like if the muscles would be smaller. That's what I'm kind of looking for. Okay. Ooh. Hold on. The head is too big. Okay. Too much fun. We need to be more effective. I mean, more efficient. Did you sculpt the base mesh yourself? I have I have two base meshes that I sculpted myself. But this one I grabbed off of 3D Scan Store. They have a Black Friday deal right now, 50% off of everything. So I decided I wanted to grab some photo scanned textures that I'm going to use here. So I might as well also grab a, you know, I guess industry standard base mesh. My base meshes have not the perfect topology, so why not grab the perfect topology? Or at least a very, very good topology. If it's 50% off, you know? I think before it cost like $50 for a male and female, and now it's 25, which is a pretty good deal. I like to spend money when it saves me time. Okay, let's go to the arms. We're gonna probably see the arms more in the final shot. I think the arms overall have a quite a good thickness to them. What we could think about is the, I guess, the definition. I also want to, yeah, so what I'm going to do now is for the arms, because she has quite defined arms, I want to kind of accentuate the arm muscles a little bit more. Then I also want to shape them, make them maybe a little bit thinner. That's the sort of idea here. So we can dig in here with the crease brush to just kind of add some more definition here. Just very, very subtly, just like the face, it all comes down to very, very subtle changes. Let me reduce the size. Strength. And see, we already have way more defined arms. There's a very, very delicate balance between making someone look muscular and making someone look lean. Or making someone look muscular while also making them look pretty, lean, let's say, or thin, I guess. You will have to kind of accentuate or show the muscle shape. The muscles are developed, but there's not that much fat on top of it. So you need to really highlight the muscles, but also not make them too big. It's kind of like a interesting balance between that two. So for example, for the triceps here, I want to kind of show the shape more than what we had in the base mesh. I'm kind of drawing it in, but I also don't want to make it too big. Okay, so what I've basically done is I've sort of changed the tricep shape a little bit from the base mesh. I've made it a little bit wider to make it look more muscular, but not just a little bit. Very, very, very subtle changes. Same here. I want to highlight the biceps a little bit more. So we're just going to go in here. Do that real quick. Okay. Her shoulders are also a little bit rounder. Also a usual indicator that somebody's working out. Rounder shoulders. Well, they're actually not that round, but maybe a little bit. There you go. Not too much. If you look at, for example, The Last of Us 2, what is her called? What is her name again? The female character. I don't want to say antagonist because it's more like two stories colliding rather than one is bad, one is good. Ellie's the female, like that we already know, right? The blonde girl. I don't remember what her name is, but she is a very muscular girl. Well, I guess a female, and she has quite round shoulders. That's sort of one of her, I guess, characteristics that makes her unique. She's very, very buff and strong. Okay. Get back to the arms right here. Forearms, we can't really see that well because they're hidden underneath the gloves, so I don't want to spend too much time on them. But at least we can kind of refine the shape of the muscles here a little bit. Also, one important thing, when you look at like elbows, if you extend them, you can see there's a muscle right here on the inside, which is very visible if you have not a lot of fat like me. I don't know if you can see it. There it is. Look at him. Look at him. Yeah, you see him quite well if you have your arms extended, for example. So I'm gonna include it here too. Why you don't have a sub button on Twitch? The sub button is available either if you are a Twitch partner. So you, I think to be a Twitch partner, you need to have, you need to apply for it first, and then you also need to have, I think, like a concurrent viewer. Like you need to have constant, I think, 75 viewers. There's also a other way to get it, which is being an affiliate, which means that you need to have, I think, a certain amount of stream time, as well as a concurrent watch. I guess you need to have you need to constantly have like, or on average constantly have 3 viewers to apply for that. But even if I had that, I wouldn't apply for it, because that would remove the ability for me to multi-stream to YouTube too. I'm not going to do that. Okay, the triceps is kind of weird right now. Okay, that should be good enough. Okay, we have the arms now. Let me, you know what? Just to kind of highlight it some more. There you go, okay. The arms should be good. Hands, we need to change a little bit too. For her, let me open up another one. We actually have a hand reference. We have 2. We have 3. We have 4. Hold on. Which one's the best? I remember one of them. Well, we have this one, where you have very thin hands, very thin fingers, and also thin hands. But this one doesn't really show the entire hand. I want to show the entire hand. Pay the support of your children. Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed your weekend. Hope everything's been going well. You put LED in the room? No, I have a little light right here. It's a sunset lamp. I wanted to show you what it does, because I thought it looked really cool. Let me show you what it does. We have that much time. Oh, yeah, there you go. Sunset lamp. So let me show you the original idea, or the original, the first one that I found, which inspired me. Lamp, I think Horizon. Can I find it? Let's see. Horizon lamp, there it is. Is it that one? Oh, I know how, lamp, oh, well, no, that's not it. Lamp Halo Horizon. There it is. So this one was the original, which I think looks awesome. Like this gradient, like this, creating this atmosphere with the sun coming up from the bottom and then having the sky light sort of at the top. I think this looks awesome. It's a little bit expensive. So I kind of wanted to see if I could find a, first of all, smaller version. This one's quite big. It's kind of 1.2 meters high. It's roughly to my waist. Well, no, even like to up here maybe. Maybe a little bit lower. So I wanted to find something that is more compact, maybe a little bit, you know, a little bit more like this that you could put in your table. So I looked up. I discovered that they're called sunset lamp. And they sort of look like this. So we have this, you get the circle, and then it creates like a gradient from the circle into the middle, with different colors. For example, you have blue, you have orange to yellow, you have purple to blue, and this is the one that I have. That exactly this one. You can see here we have these three legs here. They're basically like a camera leg where you can bend them, and they have like this round lens at the front, so it kind of projects into multiple directions. And then the cool thing about this one is that it has this cool light separation, I guess, where you can see it separates. It not only has a yellow-orange look, but it also has this border with green and red. You can see mine, at least the color that I have right now, has, well, it's sort of white. It's supposed to be purple like here. And then it has like this whitish and then also this blue and purple here. If we would go through the modes, hold on. We have different modes. We have purple. Let me see what else we have. We have another purple. Blue. White. Blue, white, ice white, I guess. You can see here this nice pink with white and blue right there, and then even some purple right there. Then we have green. It looks like sort of seal or whatever because of the curtain. Then we have bright blue, even brighter blue. We have disco. We have breathing, where it goes through all of them. I think pure white with a different sort of reflection right here. I think it has green, blue. It has like the rainbow basically. Yellow, orange, and red. And then another yellowish green. That's neutral, I think. Oh, that's cool. That's the one that I have, right? Yeah. There you go. I like this one the most because it has a cool interaction with the curtain. But I like the other ones too. They're quite colorful. I wanted to have something. I wanted to have some RGB in my room. And I thought that looks cool. Okay. So let's, oh, I wanted to open the hand reference. Come on, where is it? Okay, let me sit down real quick. The future is coming. The robots are bad. Donald Trump is an alien. The lights are cool. Yep. Exactly. Okay. Okay, so what I want to do now, I want to finish the body. I think the body is in a pretty good position. And then I want to go back to the face, just give it some more detail, add some more resolution. So, let's do that. Let's finish the hand. Let me open the hand reference. Hold on. There it is. Okay. You can see here the shape. Quite thin hands, quite thin hand, palm, let's say. So let's kind of change that. Actually, the hands look pretty good. I don't know if we need to change a lot. We could maybe, oh yeah, one thing we can do is we can change the thickness of the hands. You can see the knuckles are pretty round. I want to make them a little bit thinner. Hold on, grab slow it. There you go. Just a little bit. Very, very, very subtle changes. Yeah, it didn't really just, I didn't want to just have like a regular old RGB panel that you put on a wall and then it creates like this soft glow. I wanted to have something different. So I bought this. I think it looks even cooler than just a normal panel because it has this nice scatter on the edge. It might not be as big in terms of its I guess size when it comes to the light and how big you can make it, but it's actually pretty bright. You can probably make the circle even bigger if you put it far enough away. It doesn't have a power, well, it has a USB plug. It doesn't have like an adapter, I guess. which I could just use one of my phone ones if I wanted to. But I just plugged that into my PC. If I use it here, oh no, I actually didn't. I have some plugs here, or some sockets rather. So I plugged it in there with one of my phone adapters. Okay, the fingers are a little bit thinner, maybe even thinner, just a little bit. Grab silhouette is very, very, very helpful here. Otherwise, my brush is too big to only move. Like if I wouldn't use grab silhouette, I would also move the other finger. I want to kind of avoid that. So grab silhouette is like super, super helpful here. What it does is basically everything that is on the silhouette of the character in the viewport right now, we can move around. So everything right here. If you go into the middle of the finger, it doesn't really work that well. And the good part about that one is if we go make this cursor very big and we kind of want to drag this over, we would also, if we don't have it enabled, we would move everything over there. But once we have grab silhouette enabled, we only move the silhouette. For this one, we actually move multiple silhouettes. But if you make the cursor small, of course, we only really move one. Okay. We can make them a little bit thinner here too. They're also a little bit pointier. No, that's the what are they called? Fingernails. That makes them even pointier. Okay. I think that's pretty good. Let's do the same here, and then we have it. So we can go back to the face and adjust it, add some more detail there. We can add the first level of multi-resolution. We might even only need one. Depends on... Yeah. Depends on... Hold on, let me do this real quick. Depends on the amount that we get by subdividing it once. Maybe we need more. And, you know, the time that we have. Because the texture will add a lot of detail on its own. Maybe we don't even need to add more when it comes to the, I guess, shapes. So we're going to do as much as we are allowed to, as we can allow. Okay. She will also wear gloves, but the fingers are still visible, so we still need to do this. Okay. Oh, that's a little bit too deep. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. Let me move them closer together. Let me actually use elastic deform for this. Okay. Maybe the shoulders are a little bit too wide now. Oh, hello. Do we need more definition in the neck area? I don't think we need too much. I think we're pretty good on that front. We can see this bone very clear. There you go. Oh. Okay. The neck. Let's look at the neck real quick. Do we actually have a neck view? Well, we have this one. We can't really see anything there, though. No. There. Okay. Okay. Do we have a side view for the neck? I don't think we do. Oh no. Maybe we can move it a little bit further back here. Okay. Okay. Does she have a longer neck? I don't think. Well, I think that's part of her stylization. We could maybe define her lats a little bit more here in the back. There you go. That should be it. Very subtly, as always. Okay. Let's get back to the face. And now we can add a new level of resolution. So let's do that. Oh, hello. We need to go to the modifier stack, and then we need to say subdivision, click the subdivide button. And magically, we have way more resolution. And we can add more detail to the face, for example. Looking at the body, looks pretty good. With the new level of resolution. Of course, with subdivisions, everything gets sort of smoothed a little bit. So we need to kind of refine some features again. I don't like the rotation right now, so I'm just going to go in here and select all this and focus on it. And then we can we keep that when we sculpt. Okay, now we need the face reference again. There it is. Perfect. Okay, we have this right here. Actually, that's kind of weird. Maybe, yeah, we can keep it. Let's set the focus back to the face in this camera too. Okay. Yeah, now we just go over everything again. Now we've set the basic proportions. We can now go ahead and add some more definition to all of it. And we can go into more detail. Where we didn't have enough vertices before, we can now refine and, yeah, get even closer to the desired result. Such technical language. For an art subject, unbelievable. And the good part also about a base mesh is that it supports the, like, you can see here we have a problem that we have the zigzag, which can lead to some problems when it comes, well, it can look less refined in the end because it doesn't really support the look that we're going for. But if it's not, like, the good part is the topology in general is set up in a way where it actually supports the look that we're going for. It supports the general face shape. And because we're creating a base, I mean a face, not some sort of alien with new proportions or new organs or whatever, it will support the shape of everything quite well. And it's easier to sculpt in, or I guess refine the features that way. We can also, care more about the fat pads now because we can actually see them. I'm gonna spend some more time on those too. I also kind of want to keep the sharp edges that we can see here, for example, for the nose bridge. I kind of want to keep that in here in my version 2. I think that's also part of the character, like the defined features, not just the overall proportions, just these small details too. There you go. Oh, hold on. That's better. Now you don't need to see my other windows. You can fully focus on the work at hand. Tomorrow will probably be probably texturing. Texturing will be tomorrow, which will probably not take the entire time. So we'll see what would be the next step. Well, yeah. If everything goes well, then it shouldn't take longer than... Well, it shouldn't take this long. Like, not the full stream. So we should be able to do more tomorrow. We'll see what we'll do. I haven't really made up my mind about that yet. The lips are quite flat, so I'm gonna add some more detail here, like the muscle attachments, which create this very, very distinct lip shape. One sort of ball in the middle and then two on the sides, like this, which also creates this M shape right here. Very important. Also a big characteristic for a character. And then for the bottom lips, we have two right here. One on the left side and one in the middle. We have a small split between them. Okay, go here, kind of add that crease in here. That's one characteristic that I definitely want to keep in there. Very important. The sort of definition of the lower lip muscles right here. Perfect. Let's adjust the, oh, actually, I haven't actually not changed the nose hole yet. The nose holes. Let's do that now. There need to be more here in the back. Less in the middle. The bridge is quite wide. I actually have a view from the bottom, so it's pretty simple for me to get it in the right position. Of course, it's a little bit stylized there too, but that's not too horrible. It's quite similar to, well, it's still pretty realistic, so we can still follow the reference there very well. The original reference, you could say. Oh, hello. Okay. That looks pretty good. We have the nose bridge, which also looks pretty good. Pretty deep crease here. Okay. I think that's pretty good. Let's look at the curve for the nose, the nostril. Also very interesting. Sometimes it is more like this, like a curve, and then we have this bump here in the middle. Sometimes the bump is in the back, sometimes the bump is in the front. So let's see what it is like for her. It seems to be quite straight, actually. Oh no, it's slightly in the back, if I see that correctly. Very, 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 very slightly. So something like this. Okay. It might look pretty, pretty, I guess, detailed or pretty, what would you say? Like, she looked pretty old. I'm adding more detail than you probably see in the end, just because with stuff like the shading and the subsurface scouting especially, you actually lose quite a lot of detail. So putting it in helps kind of retain the detail, making it more visible, I guess, in the beginning, makes it more, you know, keeps it more in the end. So I'm defining it maybe more than it needs to. Although that's sort of the character's, I guess, character or feature. These sort of folds right there, or the fat pad. The fat pad size and position. The ears are quite malleable, so we can change them pretty drastically, and it still looks good. Still looks realistic. Okay. Very subtly just adding some more volume to the side for the fan pad. I think there was just a little bit missing. Okay. Okay. Let's see, we can probably refine this just a little bit. Make it nice and sharp here. Perfect. I want to add some, at least some pseudo hair. So I'm gonna just use the mask brush to kind of mask it out. So we can see what she looks like with hair, with eyebrows, I guess. Eyebrows are very important for a character. And then we can also kind of block out the hair. The actual hair. At least where it would be. Right here. Going all the way to the front, somewhere over here. This way you can at least sort of see the outline of the face, because you can see, for example, if the hair wouldn't be there, we could still see more skin behind the hair or underneath the hair, which is right now hidden by the hair. So the head right now might look bigger than it will look in the end once we add the hair. Oh, we can probably do hair tomorrow, which should be pretty fun. Yeah, skin and hair will be tomorrow's task. If I have some time, I'm gonna work on this over like off stream too. We'll utilize all the time that I have. Okay. Okay. Few things I want to adjust here. Okay, I think we're getting pretty close to the overall look. For the face, I think everything like the landmarks and always everything are sort of in there and also slightly refined. Let me see it in layout view. Oh. Oh, hello. There you go. Thank you. Okay. I think maybe the eyes are a little bit too big. Let me look at my references. Reference is very important. Oftentimes, makeup especially can make eyes look way bigger than they actually are. And making them just slightly smaller than you might think makes it look more realistic. Especially because we still need to account for the makeup that we're going to add. So they're going to be even bigger. I think that's pretty good. Now that we have some more time, it is time to go into the body. We have a little bit more time, so let's spend that on, who guessed it? The body. Hold on. Somebody just followed. Oh no. Hold on. First of all, welcome. Hope you enjoy the stream so far. Hope you had a great day. Pikaroon Fox. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hope you enjoyed your day. Okay. Let's go ahead and add just a little bit more, like a small touch to this. You can see how little I really change because I really don't want to overdo it. Thank you. Hope you're enjoying yours too. I actually do. Believe it or not. This is a project that I wanted to do for a while. Now we finally got to do it. Before we worked on a project which took 2 months. I'm usually somebody that likes to work on like I guess shorter projects So I like to keep these 2-month projects fairly rare. It was actually not supposed to be this that long, but it appeared like it got that long. So I'm kind of glad that I got over that, or that I finished it, and now we can do some more smaller projects like this one. There you go. Exciting. Currently working on a coding project that is taking longer than expected, so I know how you feel. Yeah. You know, you have a plan, you know what you want to do. Well, you have an idea, or you get inspired. And then at some point, what is it? The enthusiasm just takes over. I want to do this, I want to do that, and then you still do it, but it takes you way longer than you actually wanted to work on it, and then it's like, finally, I'm done. At some point, you've poured so much time into it that you just don't want to like end it right there. You want to finish it, but you also want to work on other stuff. I'm really bad about, I guess, working on multiple projects at once. So I usually just stick to one. I would probably prefer to have like at least two. One short and one long-term project. Or yeah, two if I have a long-term project rather. I'm just really bad at doing that. Because I'm always scared that I just forget about the long-term project. Is it CSS or what are you coding? I've learned some CSS in my graphic design apprenticeship. Not saying that I'm good at it, not saying that I know anything about it anymore, but I learned it. So if you're saying something about it, I might understand a few things. Actually HTML too, so I'm not too bad at coding, I guess. Not that that's anything to brag about. Hey, C++, nice. I actually guessed it right. Multi-dimensional array is something new that doesn't like me. Oh. Yeah. I kind of imagine I kind of feel like problems in coding are like problems in math. You realize you've made a mistake, and then it's time to search for the solution. In math, you might be able to just like read up on like in some sort of book which explains how the function or whatever works, but usually that doesn't really help you. You just have to kind of like do more I guess more calculations until you understand it. And then programming is like, oh no, something went wrong. Well, let's find some sort of forum that can tell me what I did wrong. Well, let me see if I can find it myself. And then you scour through all the lines of code that you've written in hopes that it's an easy error. Which it usually isn't. That's exactly it. Always get the error where it compiles and runs but gives the wrong output. The worst errors, in my opinion. The worst errors are the ones that doesn't tell you what the error is. You have to find it yourself. Because then it's like, well, it could be everything. And especially if you're trying to understand or learn what you're actually doing, it doesn't really help if you have to figure out what the problem is, because you don't even know what most of it, or you don't really know what everything's supposed to do. You're trying to figure it out. The same with math. You don't know what you did wrong. Well, it's time to go through the books again, and maybe then you get it. The worst part about math is you might not understand a task. Okay, well, let's see if I can understand it if I do a few more exercises. The problem is, if you don't understand it after these exercises, at some point you've went through all of them and you already know the solution for them. So then you have to find new ones, for example, on the internet, because you couldn't really just make your own, because that wouldn't really work, because you don't know what the answer would be then. So you need to find one that has the solution, which is new, which you haven't done before. Well, actually, you could probably actually use an old one, because you know where you need to get to, so you could kind of maybe reverse engineer it maybe. But still, that was always my problem. But I was bad at math, so well, maybe I just didn't have the right technique. I do have a tutoring session in about 5 minutes if you aren't on. When I get back, I wish you a wonderful day. Okay, hope the tutoring is enjoyable. Yep, I'll probably be on for like half an hour, and then that's gonna be it for me. Hope you enjoyed the rest of your day. After a certain point, math became just memorizing formulas for me. I have two more to go before graduating. Integral, calculus, and statistics. Oh no. Statistics, I remember. Never again. I guess good luck. Maybe you're better at it than me. I never understood statistics. But that doesn't mean that you can't. I believe in you. The beast of math. I can assure you I'm not the great at it either. Lots of studying. Yeah. I think that was my problem. I didn't like studying for math. It actually, well, it led me quite far, so I guess I got through it pretty unscathed, let's say. Didn't have to study too much for it. But I think math was actually the one that I learned. Well, no, I think the exams that I learned the most for were probably where you had to, like, biology, just to kind of because it's only like knowledge that you had to recount instead of like formulas that you would have to apply. It's not about understanding, it's just about knowing. Actually, well, biology is also sort of like, I guess, math, in the way that you can kind of sometimes once you kind of know the interplay, for example, between different organisms, you can kind of guess some answers, but it's still risky. Better to just know it, because oftentimes they don't ask you about the general, I guess, explanation. They actually ask you about the specific explanation that they've taught you, which is weird, but I guess if you want to do it that way, what can I do against it, you know? Just have to follow it. That was kind of annoying, but you know, usually it's pretty, yeah, it's just kind of, you know, learning instead of like, memorizing, instead of actually learning it. Okay. Looking pretty good there. I think that's pretty good. We have the butt, we have the legs. Legs look pretty good too. I think the fingers need some more work. Just a little bit though, not too much. Let me fine tune this real quick. Make it a little bit sharper. Yeah, that's better. Okay. Let's go to the arms and then the hands, and then we're basically done. I'm not gonna add too much more definition here. Keep it pretty smooth. Wait, did I put that bone too high? I think so. Oh no. I did. Okay. Needs to be right here. Hello? Oh. As I said before, I want to make the bony parts pretty visible, so I'm going to make the elbow quite sharp here. I don't know why it's so rotated. Okay. There you go. Perfect. Okay. Fingers, maybe a little bit. Although, oh, well, we can do the, this part here. Well, we didn't have any fingernails anymore, so let's add them. Let's see what the shape looks like. I think I've added the, did I add the right one here? No, I haven't added the right image yet. Oh, I did, hold on. It's this one. There it is. They're pretty straight. Okay. Next one. Pretty straight too. We can also use the grab brush to pull it out a little bit. There you go, make it nice and defined. Do the same here. So we're probably just gonna add, I guess, fake nails on top of him, but I still need a good base. There you go. Nice and straight. And then we pull it out. Pull-out method, very effective. There you go. And then the thumb. Okay. Oh, that's a weird shape right there. Let me make it rounder. By pulling it, we kind of lost some geometry here, so we need to see how we can get it back. Bring back the geometry. There you go. Same here. You can see there's no line there, so I'm going to push this one up and then put it in. I mean, dig in here. Just a little bit. Okay, perfect. Okay. I want to stress this bone a little bit more. Okay. Doing a few fine-tuning moves here. Special moves. Perfect. Okay. That's a little bit too... Okay. I think we're in a pretty good spot. We have the face, we have the body, we have the... yeah, we have all that. Not too much more, but that's okay because we're going to do that later. We not only have one day to work on this, we have multiple days. So let's keep that in mind. But of course we can't slouch either. We need to get through this pretty quickly. Okay. Perfect. We have the body. The next step would be to add the hair. And after the hair, we're gonna add the skin texture, so we actually have skin. We can make her look more realistic. What I want to do now is probably add eyes, because eyes aren't really part of this right now. Let's add some eyes here. Yep. Wait, did my light change? No, my curtains changed. Oh no. Okay, that's better. Perfect. Let's append some eyes. So we could either use the ones that we can find in the base mesh. I think what I want to do is I want to grab the ones from the... Oh, we actually are in the right... There it is. Aha. Oh. I don't need you, sir. I only need your eye. Perfect. And now we have eyes that we can place in her eye sockets. Making sure that the size is right. Roughly there. That looks to be pretty good. Okay. Yeah, the corner is a little bit... Actually, no. Let's see. Oh, hello. Okay. Then we need to change the corner. You can see there's some space there. Right there. That's what we need to adjust real quick. Move this back. Till we reach the eye. Perfect. Now just kind of shape the eyelid around the eye, and then we have eyes as well. There you go. Okay. But you know what? We could add the eyelids. I think we have time for that. Let's add the eyelids. For the eyelids, we can use a base mesh that I have. So let's append that right now. At some point for a likeness sculpt I've added some eyelashes. So we can use those and form them into the right shape. It is probably in here. There it is. Collection eyelashes. Probably way too big. Oh, there they are. Perfect. The perfect size. Yep. Let me remove some collections here. We don't need these. You don't see them, so don't worry about it. It's secret. Okay. Let's align it so it's right in the same position. Align tools. X. Perfect. Place them roughly in the right position. Well, sort of. And then let's see if we can just use sculpting. So for sculpting, I can, for example, move this upwards, and then we can shape it according to the correct eye. Shape, not just eye. Oh. Why can I move this? What is wrong? Oh, now it works for some reason. I guess because the scope was behind the other one. Which is weird because this is the whole time. This is behind the other one the whole time. But who am I to judge? There you go. Oh, hello. Not the inside. I want to grab the outside. Perfect. The eyelashes will not be perfect yet, but we can make them perfect afterwards. Look at that. You. This is better than starting from scratch. Definitely. Okay. Let's go out of here. And then, oh. Let's see if that's sort of in the right position. It looks okay. We can maybe move this part here a little bit higher. With proportional editing. There you go. I think that's pretty good. We can still reshape it if we need to. Which you probably do. Let's do the other side first though. What if we... Hold on. Can we just use symmetrize? Well, I guess, but it doesn't really work. No. Okay. Well, we have to do it again then. Looks pretty good already. Not much more that I would like to change. Now I'm just making sure that everything's actually aligning with the skin originating from it. Not just flying in midair. Like these rascals. Okay, perfect. Yeah, definitely needs some adjustments, but I think that's a pretty good start. So we now have eyelashes. Yeah, they look kind of janky, but that's okay. Let me add a quick HDMI here, and then we can look at it in shaded view. What could we use? I think I use this one for good contrast. I then use a, hold on, shader, nope, color saturation 0. Maybe even some contrast. Do we have contrast? There it is. 1. Oh, well, maybe not 1. 0.5. It's still pretty light. But I think we kind of see the look. Let me see if I can adjust one more thing. Yeah, that's better. Let's do a few more fine-tuning steps here. Do a little bit more fine-tuning, and then we're good. Oh, hello. I don't want to rotate it. Okay. There you go. Good. Good. Concentration phase is over. We've reached the end. This is what we're going to work with tomorrow. We have the head, we have the body, we have the eyelashes. So now it's time to add the hair. It is time to add the eyebrows, and then we can go to... Actually, yeah, I'm gonna think about how we're gonna add the eyebrows. We'll see about that. Oh, and then the textures, that's gonna be tomorrow. Then we have the full body. We can maybe even go into clothing tomorrow. We'll see. But that's gonna be all for now. Hope you enjoyed today's stream. Yeah, we're gonna be back tomorrow, hopefully as soon as possible. Just like today, like, you know, what is it? 7:30 p.m. UTC. Is it UTC? I think. No, wait. No, 6:30 p.m. 6:30 p.m. UTC. Yeah, we're gonna continue to work on this. I had a lot of fun so far, so let's see how far we can push it in 4 days. Maybe even finish it. We'll see. Thank you for joining. Thank you for listening. Thank you for chatting. Thank you for watching, listening, chatting, watching, or just being here. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day. maybe I'll see you next time. Until then, take care.